broken system chained and tangled up in lies. Voices shouting, screaming in defeat. Politicians playing games under darkened skies. Hope lost in the dust of the street. Red and blue colors pouring from the sky. Debates turn to anger, the crowd gets loud. Punches flying in the blink of an eye. Truth buried deep beneath the shroud. Welcome to the bullpen, where the weak will survive. These broken dreams we defend, trying to keep alive. Faces on the screen, flashing perfect teeth. But behind those eyes, just rotting greed. Politicians turn to whispers beneath. They all just get what they need. Whispering conspiracies, drowning in their lies. Echoes of freedom, lost in cries. Spin the wheel of fate, let's see who rise. But this game will bleed you dry. Welcome to the bullpen, where the weak will survive. These broken dreams we defend, trying to keep alive. Welcome to the bullpen, where the weak will survive. These broken dreams we defend, trying to keep alive.
Sunday night. Welcome back to the bullpen, where Mad is upset because he had to listen to a portion of that song because he couldn't.
It was
mute
too
it.
long. I had to listen to 24 seconds.
You just hit the mute button and then it's
I
done.
did
It's
hit the
good.
mute button, but there was two different mute buttons. I hit one mute button, the other one unmutes.
You being Fatata and not being able to figure out which button to click is not Brahma's problem. But if the audience wants to super chat
Don't be
in support of
pedantic.
Mad,
Don't be a dick, bro. You know what I'm talking about. It was split screen. There was one on one side and one on the other side. And if I muted the other one would unmute.
chat $1 is supporting Mad, $2 is supporting Brahma.
No,
Go
the
ahead
problem-
and make your votes known.
The problem was he went out and came back in during the song, so he can't mute it.
You know, everybody knows that once Mad comes out, he can't come back in.
Indeed.
So how was everybody's week?
It was good until about 30 seconds ago.
2 weeks, actually.
It was good. My week was
Yeah.
pretty decent.
Just leaving that one on screen for no reason.
Being unable to spell the word cringe is kind of cringe.
Dan Crane's coming in early with 10 months of membership. Thank you. Hail to the bullpen.
If you
Giggity.
gift
Where should we
5
start?
memberships, that's supporting Brahma. If you give 10, that's supporting Mad.
And you really should
So-
be supporting Bravo over Mad, so let's be honest.
So
They
give them
already
less.
have. They already have. I've got subs.
And there you go. Zephyr
And there's
coming in.
Zephyr coming in with $10 for Brahma, LOL. And Zephyr, I believe, gets the kitty clip.
Kitty donated again.
For our large segment of female audience, you should probably make a...
I need to make another one.
Yeah.
I think we're going to make a Highlander one. So, but yeah, it's been an interesting 2 weeks. I guess we could start with happy news. since we didn't do Easter, the whole Artemis mission happened while we were not on the air. So that was kind of a feel good thing across the country, I think, for most people, except for the flat earthers. Mad, how do you feel about that as a flat earther?
What about the Earth being flat? Solid.
About swinging around the moon?
Swinging around
Taking
the fulfillment, the filament,
the
The firmament.
the
firmament?
firmament. That's the one.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was a pretty good feeling story.
Yeah, I thought it was great. I mean, it's been quite some time since we've been to the moon, and
Yeah.
it's inspired a lot of people. And yeah, I think this is a good thing.
Did they
Screw,
land?
Screw Obama for cutting the budget of NASA. No, they
No,
just
this
didn't
one
orbit.
was the flyby.
Yeah.
Next mission, I think, is trying to dock with the space station, and then the mission after that, I believe, is the one where they're supposed to go back to the moon, and then they're going to try to set up a moon base.
Yep.
I hope that's cool with
that they
whoever
can
lives
launch
up there.
from.
Are we gonna have a moon base Alpha and a moon base Zappa?
It's possible.
But the question is, will Dweezil zap up either?
I don't know.
So
I mean, it makes if you are genuinely committed to trying to do travel within
Mars
the
plan?
solar system, removing the impediment of escape velocity and how much fuel and weight goes into just getting us out of Earth atmosphere removes a lot of the big problems with getting to Mars. Like if you can
Yeah.
use 3D printer technology and a lot of that stuff to actually just do the construction in lunar orbit, I mean, the weight to get to Mars is actually negligible compared to getting out of Earth orbit.
yeah, which means you can transport more because you don't have to have as much fuel, likely. I
The
don't know what
question
exact
is,
numbers
will
are.
we leave Matt Damon on the surface of the moon with some potatoes?
I think that is definitely a yes.
It seems like a well thought out plan.
It does.
Kills two birds with one stone. You get rid of Matt Damon and you start the moon colony.
Indeed.
We're high energy tonight, huh? I did have some very good news. There was another Supreme Court hearing. I believe it was just one of the state Supreme Courts. But the law banning making moonshine and home distilling has been ruled unconstitutional.
Yeah,
We are
that's
now
good.
allowed to make our own liquor again.
Right.
Wait,
Yeah.
That's amazing. We
I
were in
thought-
the hill country of Virginia and West Virginia. We were never not allowed to make our own liquor.
I thought people have been doing their home brews for a while now.
They've been doing beer and wine. Usually,
Yeah.
spirits are considered a different animal than beer or wine.
Who is
Are you
eating
unwrapping
some
a
kind
bottle of
yeah?
alcohol now? There, Comix,
Yes.
getting a head start.
So there was a fun when I was in college. There was a fun law in Virginia where if you brewed the alcohol yourself or made it yourself, there was no age requirement on it. And so some dudes in the freshman dorm decided to start brewing and making their own beer, and they tried to bring them up
Toilet
on
beer or
charge.
bathtub?
No, just like real. They brought
In
a
the
pot
toilet.
and they were like making it and everything. And they tried to bring them up on charges. And when they pointed out that it's perfectly legal in Virginia to do this, the school was like, "God damn it!" and had to like go through a whole thing to like amend the school rules, and it would have to be effective the next year. So it was a pretty big loophole for a while. If it had only tasted good, then
Right.
we would have been fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine the toilet beer tasting that great.
No.
It wasn't toilet beer. It was used.
Was it wine?
This was before the kits had gotten very sophisticated. This was before the microbrew revolution.
For the IPAs.
Fucking
Like,
IPA.
I have my own IPA blend. It's really awesome.
IPA is just horrible, man. It dries your mouth out more.
To me, it tastes like chewing on a Christmas tree.
Yeah. I
A
like
little
a
too hoppy
Hefeweizen.
for you.
Yeah, way too hoppy. I like a Hefeweizen, man. Give me a good wheat beer.
When I did drink, I was terribly partial to when I was at a location that served just mass consumer ones was whatchamacallit, Blue Moon. I was like,
It's pretty good.
that's a good mass
It's a
consumption.
Colorado beer, I
beverage.
believe.
I wouldn't drink things from Colorado now. Ugh.
No,
It's got all
everything
that-
Coors is
I
Colorado.
don't like I drank Coors. What about some pleb?
Down in New Braunfels, they have a brewery down there that has pretty good Hefeweizen.
It's like when I was poor, we stuck with Natty Ice. We didn't mess with Coors. We just went cheap.
Keystone, 30 stones for $30.
What I absolutely hated when the hipsters made PBR like some kind of, sophisticated
Gourmet beer.
Gourmet beer. I was like, it's fucking PBR, man.
Right?
The only thing it was good for was being cheap, and you guys have ruined that.
Hey, do you like the taste of nickels?
Matt does.
When I do have beer, I'm pretty partial to the cervezas. I like Corona and I like Dos Equis.
And of course,
Modelo.
let's all tip
Modelo's
our
actually
glass,
pretty good.
tip
Yeah.
our glass to that late '90s institution that was Zima. Zima, you walked so that White Claw could run. Good for you.
Fucking Purple Passion, bro. Mad Dog 2020 at the gas station. Boone's Farm. I got you.
So we got to beer from moonshine becoming legal. Have any of you guys ever actually tried true moonshine?
No.
Yes,
No, I'm not.
it is.
It tastes exactly how it smells, and it smells like turpentine.
I felt
nail
like,
polish remover.
on the other hand, I felt like my mouth was completely disinfected and could have had any kind of medical procedure done immediately following drinking it.
And if you followed it up with a probiotic, then you had a whole new culture in your stomach because it probably killed everything that was down there.
Wow.
Fun fact, if you go to his bro over, you'll have a whole new culture in your stomach by the end, too.
Whoa.
That's a joke because culture's gay and trying to get Mad to go.
I'm not going to his cabin, bro.
Yeah, a whole new yogurt culture.
He's very insistent trying to get Mad there. I don't know why.
Because it's the Brokeback Cabin. That's why.
Speaking of things that are gay, how those Iranian negotiators do?
It didn't go well for him.
No, I don't think. I love watching libertarians overreact to this shit because they're like, he's starting a war. How? By not putting boots on the ground.
Right.
Wait, what? That was the thing we didn't want to happen.
Yeah, I figured we just transition right to the big topic because we missed it last week when we got the ceasefire, I think, sort of.
Yeah.
And now we're into the failure of negotiations, and I think
21 hours couldn't come to an agreement, which I don't think we ever thought we were going to, because I think they're all crazy.
Well, the one thing I thought was pretty funny, and I don't know, maybe it was just me not taking the situation all that serious, but everyone was like freaking out thinking that World War III is going to start and it's going to be nuclear Armageddon. I was like, are we still forgetting the big ask? I mean, people were literally freaking out over this.
Because of Trump's tweet,
Yeah, because of Trump's
Last
tweet. Yeah.
which was hilarious. I almost did fire up the stream on Easter just because
Just
crazy
because?
everybody was going over that.
I would have been so dead from the travel back. Amtrak is nice, but you don't get good restful sleep. But I appreciate it.
I was available.
Right.
That's right. All right, so here's a couple things before we get started into the deep dive on this topic. Number one, for regular watchers of the Bullpen, you're very well informed, and you can probably now see how we was right, bitches. We was right about all this stuff.
Yep.
In terms of
The play against China.
there's so much more going on right now than just the Iran thing. Now, we're going to kind of deep dive and go into it and talk about it. But if you want to super chat your thoughts, whether you support or against it, please do so. And remember, every $9 super chat is against MAD no matter what. Every $10 super chat is pro MAD no matter what.
You act as though there's people in the chat that donate that would support me. What have you ever met chat?
They love Mad, especially
Shit.
the ladies.
That's true though.
I don't know if any of the ladies love MAD. If they super chatted, we'd know. $10 would show us they do.
They're 90% of his viewership.
I mean,
True.
here's the thing. You can't support Matt on his channel, but you can support him here on Brahma's.
Yes. And
Why
then
can't they support me
I'll
on
take
my
his
channel?
headphones.
Because you're
Matt,
not
because-
monetized yet.
Oh, but I don't have a tip jar that they could support me in.
If you wanted to super chat to be read and at the right financial level, please do it on Brahma's show. Or Mads.
See, this is why Chad's always going to be left at like 499 subs. Everybody's going to be scared that once he gets 500, that's all he's going to say during the whole show.
My
I
channel's
will
under
say
attack.
another line if you'll super chat.
My channel's under attack. My coffee brand is going under. Please don't make me nuke other people's channels. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just rambling.
I have no idea
randomly.
either.
Randomly. Things that just randomly came to my mind. Like a quarter of my brain must have just been thinking that.
Not sure why you would talk about that, but okay, whatever.
I get that reference.
I do too. Only slightly though.
All right, so
So to recap what we've been saying for what, a month and a half at least, you had the Venezuela situation. That takes out a certain amount of oil from the global economy, or at least puts it under our control over here in the Western Hemisphere. Then you have the Iran situation. The Iran situation cuts off even more oil, 20% of China's oil, since the Strait of Hormuz is not going. Now that the Iranians overplayed their card and showed that they can't control the strait, because all we had to do was bust in there and say, it's under our control now. The blockade starts tomorrow. All the ships are being diverted over to the Gulf, where they can then fill up with nice Venezuelan and American oil.
So there's three things are at play at the same time. Number one, the obvious one, which is Iran's nuclear weapons program. Trump has been super crystal clear
For 40 years.
For 40 years that he would never. And to be fair, I know that some people have different views about this, but if you look at it through the lens of when Trump was coming of age politically, there is a scar on the American psyche when it comes to Iran and what they did, going back to the taking of the American hostages in the 70s when they overthrew the Shah and then kept them until Ronald Reagan was inaugurated and then promptly released him that day because they knew what was coming versus Jimmy Carter. So Trump, number one, believes wholeheartedly that the Iranian regime could not be trusted in any way, shape, or form to have any kind of weapons-grade material, which apparently was the sticking point in the negotiations. They agreed on everything else, but Trump's firm point was you can't have any weapons-grade materials for a in your nuke program. We will provide you.
Well, they had to dismantle all their reactors.
They'd have to dismantle all their non-civilian power generating only reactors, and there was a thing where we would provide you with the fuel, and it would be of materials that are only capable of being used for energy production. They're not weapons grade. You know, you can't stuff where you can't enrich the uranium to the point where you could make a bomb out of it.
Right.
And they were absolutely unwilling to do that. Meaning that when you're giving them...
Meaning that the only reason they wanted enriched uranium was to
make a
create
bomb.
Which we knew. Everybody knew that.
Exactly.
Pretty much.
But here's
The
what...
reason they want the bomb is not defensive, it's offensive.
Yeah. So that's number one, is legitimately dealing with the threat of a nuclear Iran, because... And I think Trump is not incorrect given Iran's history and their proclivity towards supporting terrorism across the entire globe, that there was a very heightened risk that they would genuinely use either a traditional bomb, convert it to a dirty bomb and give it to terrorists, or even use it EMP style, because that's another thought that people haven't
Detonated
brought
in the
up.
atmosphere.
If you're worried that your ballistic missile might be intercepted, it's a lot easier to just make it an EMP weapon where you explode it in the atmosphere level above.
Take out an electrical grid.
And as we've seen over the last 20 years in the United States, our electrical grid is very sensitive along certain points. Like, you could knock out the entire northeastern seaboard for months if you popped it in the right spot.
Yes.
So, yeah. So there's no reason
Not good.
to not worry about, like, to not want to take care of that. Now there's point two we have is Europe. Europe has been little bitches in terms of NATO and all these other things for the United States for a super long time. I think everybody who's a long time watcher of our show knows kind of the history of that. But what this is doing, the Strait of Hormuz and the oil coming through it doesn't come generally to the United States. It mainly goes to Asia and Europe. That's where that is feeding. And by allowing Iran, and this is where it's brilliant, like, we're not blockading starting till tomorrow, but we allowed Iran to effectively shut down the strait. So now it's not us who shut down the strait, it's the Iranians. And now when we go forward, we are preventing tolls from being taken and such. But what it means is Europe is being starved of their addiction to this oil. So the point two that he gets to use is Europe, which is the biggest thorn in his side when it comes to trying to resolve the Ukraine crisis and the war there, is suddenly going to be on the verge of economic collapse on their own, because they are not used to not getting this oil from the strait. So what is it going to do? They're going to either, the only real choice in terms of pumping oil into the European market that can be spun up really fast is Russia.
Yep.
And if you're suddenly willing to not have Zelensky be, an impediment to making a deal, and then you get the Russian. And the third and final point, and this is where Russia coming on board is important, is China. Because China, as Chad is pointing out, yes, they get a lot of their oil from Iran. This is where it's important to differentiate. The Strait of Hormuz isn't just oil coming into, from, it's multiple countries. So China is now going to be specifically blocked from paying 40 cents on the dollar for any. Is that Comix feed that we're getting the audio?
Could be.
It might be my laptop. May turn my audio down a bit or something.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so China pays about 40 cents on the dollar for Iranian oil that's not supposed to be able to be traded because it's under sanction, right? And they bypass the sanctions regime. You know what you can't bypass? An American destroyer interdicting the tanker. So with China, this is where it's interesting, because they're in a heads, and Trump has put it in a situation where it's heads he wins, tails they lose. Because either A, they get all their oil interdicted and they don't get the option of buying the Iranian oil by supporting the current Iranian regime, in which case they have to look for outside vendors and markets. And this is where Venezuela is important, because they don't have that spigot anymore, because the United States is now controlling the distribution of Venezuelan oil. They're going to have to either buy from America or possibly buy from China or whatever, but they're going to start having to pay market rates.
China can't buy from China.
And it's already, and by the way, since Iran's oil has started dropping, China has already, if you start watching the wholesale like factory market, they've started raising their prices about 20%, which, by the way, starts making American reshoring of manufacturing a lot more financially viable when China doesn't have that kind of cost advantage.
The other thing that this has shown about China, because it was mostly China's military systems that were in Iran, is that they are a paper tiger. They do not have what we thought they might have, because they've taken down a plane, which is also something that happened between our.
Logistically, by the way, they've taken down an F-15, which is a 1960s era
Yeah.
Yeah,
airframe.
It's
Now,
And they weren't able to get to the pilots before we
yeah,
did.
it was an F-15E, which means it's one of the more modified, upgraded versions of it. But in terms of the actual airframe, like original development, the F-15 goes back to the late 60s, early 70s.
well, what
you
the
know?
thing that's so hilarious about it is all the AI generated videos that have been coming out regarding the U.S. and Iran. And they're like, "Oh, Iran totally took down this plane. It's totally completely intact and hasn't gravity hasn't smashed it to itty bitty bits at all. Everything's fine, guys. Right? I mean, that stuff's fucking hilarious. It's this nonsense propaganda that's all over Twitter, and it's very obviously AI generated."
Yeah. I also thought it was funny that 2 planes weren't able to work during the rescue, so we just blew them up. A few $1 million gone, but we got back.
So yeah, and then like I said, just the tails they lose scenario for Iran is Iran becomes fed up with the current regime because not Iran, China becomes fed up with the current regime in Iran. By the way, China was the one who forced them into the ceasefire arrangement via Pakistan. That was from Chinese pressure. So China becomes unhappy with them. They force regime change effectively, not where they overthrow the whole thing, but changing to leadership that will make a deal with Trump. And then here's the thing: once they are in a position where they make the deal, the U.S. would effectively lift sanctions, and then Iranian oil would probably be full market value going to China. So they're either paying a premium because the oil's not available, or they're at least going to start having to pay market rates because they're not getting around sanctions and buying from a regime that needs them as a customer. It also impacts India and makes them have to pay market rates if Iran ends up making a deal. So any scenario where this ends, generally, and this is where people aren't reading the economic part of it, they're only seeing war, war, war. The economic analysis is like, oh, yes, it's bad for the U.S. in the very short term with the spike, but the U.S. also has a lot of oil wells that we shut down in the second Obama administration, because he started making it difficult to operate. That didn't get during the shale oil boom. That we can spin back up and start pumping out even more oil production than we have been.
Plus
we just
Venezuelan
haven't done
oil.
it. Plus the
The
Venezuela
Gulf
oil.
Coast refineries are right now at 95% capacity. That's how well we're doing right now.
Yeah, so I think that with the U.S., what Trump is doing is generating a short-term economic spike for us that will be long-term, not necessarily a bad thing for us economically once these other ripples get absorbed.
Now the question
problem
is,
for
will gas
Trump,
go down before the midterms?
no, and that's the problem for Trump.
Right.
And Trump, I think what Trump has done is he's effectively determined that even with Congress, he wasn't getting anything anyway. He got the one big beautiful bill, but John Thune hasn't even fucking gone into recess so he could do recess appointments. The Senate is obviously against him. He floated it's a well-known thing now that they floated the deal that they would have Paxson drop out of the Senate race in Texas and let Cornyn get reelected if they would pass the SAVE Act, and he wouldn't even do that to save his bro, his uniparty bro boy. So I think Trump is looking at the fact that what can I do in my executive role that I can bypass Congress effectively completely and actually make long-term things that'll be good for the U.S. And this is one of the things because all of the ripple effects out of taking this action without putting boots on the ground and starting an actual forever war is positive for the United States economically.
Yep. Well, and then we have other pieces that are going to be coming into place as well. We've got 1 month and 3 days until Powell's out. That's going to be another major economic change, possibly. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is NATO's kind of crumbling because of all this. Because Trump is pissed that the Europeans did not give any aid and that they never pull their weight in anything regarding NATO. So I wouldn't be surprised if we pull out of NATO sooner rather than later, and really just tell Europe, you're on your own. Middle
We
East,
can't just pull
you're
out,
getting
though.
policed by the Abrahamic Accords.
Yeah, that's
We,
what I keep
we
hearing.
can't
too.
just pull out. It has to be an act of Congress to pull out of NATO.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
No, it
I don't
doesn't.
think so.
No, the protocol for a member to leave NATO is just notice from the executive of that NATO country. It's like a 90-day notice period. So you're right in the fact that normally, if it's a ratified treaty, that's correct. But the actual bylaws of the treaty as ratified allow the U.S. to leave, so that it doesn't have to go to the Senate again.
So could see that happening.
So
and then
yeah,
we've got the
that's
Western Hemisphere.
that's the law under NATO, but under U.S. law, the president cannot legally withdraw from NATO without congressional approval.
No, he 100% can.
Okay.
Because, well, the treaty that was negotiated gives him that ability. Senate approved that. So you don't need Senate approval for him to do what he's got the power to do by what they approved.
What they did is they passed in 2024 when they did, because of Trump flirting with doing it.
So the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2024 and
But that would go. The idea that you can constrain the president from that is unfortunately something where they're not allowed to do it. That would go to the Supreme Court, and I don't think the Congress would be allowed, outside of ratifying a new treaty provision, they can't bar the executive from being able to use the process within the treaty that was ratified.
So how was it enacted into law in the first place?
Because there's tons of things
There's
that
not
get
been a
enacted
challenge.
into law that, until they get challenged, aren't a problem. Don't Ask, Don't Tell was enacted into law, and then they decided it wasn't legal, and so they got rid of it.
Because it takes somebody challenging it for it to
Yep.
be declared
As we
unconstitutional.
learned during the 2020 elections, if you don't have standing to challenge something because it hasn't happened yet, they won't hear anything. They won't take the case. But
that would be a separation of powers argument.
yeah, it's just like the War Powers Act has never really been effectively challenged because Congress doesn't want to actually challenge it. They make a big fuss about how they passed the War Powers Act and the president isn't supposed to be able to do things past a certain date, but they don't want to go to court because there's a very high likelihood the War Powers Act wouldn't pass constitutional scrutiny in terms of the declaration of war versus making war kind of thing. So they don't bother. That's why Congress, for all their huffing and puffing, has never actually taken the executive to court under the War Powers Act to try to constrain them.
Go
So
figure.
it'd be nice if we were out of NATO.
Yeah. Just a tad.
I have a feeling that's where he's going to try to go next. After this gets cleared up, I think that's going to be... He's signaled enough that he's sick of their crap. And sick of Europe's crap in general, just not being supportive at this point. So... And we're also going to have some leverage over Europe because they're going to have to get their oil somewhere too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, did you see? There was another new post. Saudi Arabia completely repaired their east-west pipeline, and it is now bumped back up to full production of 7 million barrels a day. That completely bypasses the Strait of Hormuz. This is the thing that Iran lobbed a couple drone missiles at and was like, it's going to take months to a year to repair, and they got it spun back up in about 3 weeks. So it's in terms of that, the other countries, the UAE has a bypass where they can use it. Saudi Arabia has the pipeline they can bypass. Kuwait is the main country that oil produces that doesn't have an ability to bypass the strait.
But isn't it a different type of oil that's in Iran, though?
Iran has like
Depends,
the sweet. They have the sweet light crude, which is it's wanted for a lot of like a lot of refineries are the only place that that invested in building refineries for heavy, dirty crude oil was the United States on the Gulf Coast because that's the Venezuelan oil, and so that's why we're
And
built for that.
Canadian.
And the Canadian oil coming down from there. So Europe and Asia, their refineries are built to kind of handle that light sweet crude. So you're right. That's why they depend on that oil more than we do because our refineries are built for the gunky stuff, not the really nice, as Trump said, the nice, beautiful oil of the United States.
Nice, beautiful oil.
Jeremiah Hembry Jeremiah, for $5 says, I just asked Grok, President Trump cannot pull out of NATO without Congress's approval. Right, but we just told you why that would be a challenge.
He should still get a yeah for that.
I'm going to.
I didn't get a yeah for that.
I can't see them for some reason.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. So I don't think because the removal period from NATO is a year anyway, so they would wind it through the courts in that process. But at that point, it would be again. That's the thing where it's real politic versus the thing like if the executive pulls you out and stops sending the money and stops sending the troops to function under it. I mean, is the United States military going to be barred from listening to the executive when they tell them to not to disengage from NATO? They're going to listen to that.
Right.
All I want to say is, you could disobey illegal orders. That's what they're going to say.
No, you must disobey illegal orders.
Yeah.
That's going to be an interesting thing. You must listen to the foreign entities trying to control you, not the duly elected president and commander-in-chief as a argument for bypassing
Well,
the
that's
chain
an
of
argument
command.
the Democrats have made many times with, say, the WHO, trying to get what our vaccine schedules and stuff need to be according to the World Health Organization.
Mm-hmm.
They've tried to do all kinds of crazy stuff like that, and it's always the Democrats. Nope, we've got to listen to the governing body, not America.
Well, I guess it just depends on which party has the White House. Comes down
Pretty
to
much.
whether or not you're going to listen to them.
And for the most part, you're not wrong.
Yep. The other funny part of the Iranian story is Soleimani's family is getting deported from the U.S. because
Oh, no, what happened?
Crap. So the niece and grandniece were granted whatchamacallit? What did all the Haitians get?
Amnesty
Asylum?
or asylum?
Asylum. They were granted asylum by Joe Biden in 2021, I believe it was. The niece, well, both of them have made plenty of comments about how they're pro-Iranian regime. They celebrated attacks against American soldiers and facilities in the Middle East and praised
shocked.
the supreme leader. So we're just getting rid of their green cards and sending them on their way. So I found that one funny.
That's pretty funny.
I'm shocked. Shocked that they would do that.
I know. Deepled for $1 over on the Rumble side. Yeah. Can we stop spending money or sending money to other countries? Aren't we still sending like 40 million to Afghanistan every week? Need more Doge cuts. Also, when are we getting rid of the Department of Education?
I mean, as much as I would love that, I mean, I have no idea.
Yeah,
I don't see that happening anytime soon. As much as I'd love for it to happen,
That's
but
definitely not an overnight kind of a thing that you can just.
No, I think they're slowly neutering the Department of Education.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm down with that.
Mm-hmm. That did not stay lit. But which one are we going to do? Brunette.
Blonde.
All hail the bullpen.
Juggle, juggle, juggle.
Oh, I wasn't looking at the screen. Now I get what you're talking about.
Yeah.
All
Of
hail
course,
the
you're off
bullpen.
looking at your other monitor, looking at phalluses. Phalli.
Phalli?
With the one on Mad's shirt.
That's true.
Yep.
So, yep, we're getting rid of
what that is.
silence.
some Soleimanis.
You know what it is.
I know, Zephyr, but we've got to reward the super chat somehow. Um, so Matt,
Isn't
you
this
were,
content the award itself?
oh yeah. So Matt, you were bringing to our attention before the show that Swallwell has now resigned from the California governor race, and of course the scroll is going down below us right now as well. Me and Chad were talking about it last night, or was that Friday night? Friday night.
Friday.
And
Yep.
yeah, this is not really the good outcome that we wanted. I think we wanted Swalwell to stay in because right now the Democrats are basically playing a game where the two Republicans were leading in polling for California. So it could have just been the two Republicans going into the actual election if they kept the vote split amongst all the Democrats that are running. So I'm pretty sure it's actually the Democrats that are leaking this stuff trying to get Swalwell out. And he did get out. But they also have him in a congressional seat, and they're not calling for him to leave the congressional seat, just
Which
the
they
governor's
should.
race.
Yeah.
Yes, but they're hypocrites.
I
So
know.
they're not, they won't. I mean, Anna Polina Luna is saying that she's going to try to introduce, a way to expel him. But at the moment, that would mean that they probably get at least one of the Democrats in the governor's race. So then you'd have a Democrat versus Republican, and Democrats likely going to win in that case. So they keep the governorship in that case, and they keep his congressional seat, which is BS. So we actually wanted him to stay in. I was rather upset that right before the show started, he dropped out. So,
I mean, that shouldn't be a surprise, but yeah, it is what it
Yeah.
is, I suppose.
Chad, anything to add to that?
Yeah, this goes into if people remember when we talked about it a few episodes back.
2 weeks ago.
This is because of the sore loser law. So, in order to preserve the ability to get a Democrat into the general election that is of note, because all of their of note candidates are running in this primary already, they needed Swalwell to drop out. I guess Steyer is probably their fallback position because Katie Porter has also nuked her.
Porter's a psychopath.
Yeah, her winning chances much earlier in the campaign. Swalwell was their Hail Mary to get out of her winning on there. Now, the interesting thing would be Swalwell suspending his campaign, but that he's still on the ballot, right? He's going to be on the primary ballot.
I think so.
Does that, are they going to are they going to be able to pull off enough
Did
shenanigans?
their voters
to,
take enough, pay
Yeah.
enough attention to know that any of this is going on? Because I would bet that they don't.
My guess is by the time they got actually close to I thought it would be Swalwell before this broke, that they would basically get the remaining bottom 3 or 4 candidates to drop out.
Consolidate under
to
him.
consolidate enough under one person, because all you need is to get in the upper teens to low 20s to probably get out of the jungle primary into the general election.
Right.
So I guess it looks like Steyer for people. I think if you're looking at the betting market, Steyer is the one who's jumped, and effectively they still think that once he gets the Democratic nomination, he'll be the next California governor. So
I'm
Steyer
not
is
as familiar with him.
I believe, wasn't he didn't he run for president too? He's which company did he was? I'm trying to remember which company he was in charge of. He was like a billionaire businessman, and it looks like Goldman Sachs, Farallon Capital. He's a hedge fund money guy. Yep. So
Nice. So we know he's an honest guy.
And
Totally.
that he won't do anything crazy with like fraud or anything like that in a state
Yep.
like that.
yeah. So yeah, he ran in 2020 for the Democratic nomination for president, failed miserably. So yeah, he's a money guy. Self finances enough that he can eventually buy his way in to hopefully winning something on his mind is probably what it is.
Right.
Yeah, but I don't know. California is so far gone. I don't, I know that there were people who were saying that that a Republican governor could help, but all it's going to do is help manage a gap in the decline, like speed running the decline. Look, I mean, Arnold Schwarzenegger was the last Republican governor. He didn't have a Republican
Semi-Republican.
He didn't have a Republican legislature the entire time. In fact, I think the Democrats I believe they possess a supermajority in the California legislature. So
Yes.
they would just kind of the way the Republicans in North Carolina do it, where they have a supermajority in their legislature, so they just
override
bypass
the governor at all times.
Yeah. So having a Republican governor is not necessarily going to matter much. So I don't know. I think California, it's just more, it would just be it'd be hilarious if the two Republicans managed to win and come out of the jungle primary, and because of the sore loser laws, they are no longer allowed to even attempt to run as an independent. So what, as people know from, if they recall, Alaska didn't have, that kind of prohibition. So when Lisa Murkowski lost her Republican primary two elections back for her,
Jungle primary.
No, it's not a jungle primary. It was it was a Republican primary, and she lost the nomination for the Republican side. She just ran as an independent write-in candidate and managed to win enough because the Democrats knew that they would be better off with Murkowski than having a real Republican representing Alaska.
Yep. Dead Man comes in for $5. Says, did you see that the Dems are abandoning identity politics? The Hill Rising talked about it. Aaron McGuire.
I doubt it. This is going to be like what happened
Repackage.
to Chad and Virginia, where they basically, oh yeah, I'm totally a moderate, and they get elected and like, oh no, I'm taxing the fuck out of you, and we're implementing all this DEI programs. I mean, just look what's happening with Mom Donnie. I mean, that is a prime example of a fucking bait and switch if I've ever seen one. Because he ran out as an economic populist. Now he's trying to fucking enact racial equity. So yeah, it's all bullshit.
But here's the super chat reward.
Chad loves the Ottoman Empire. Brahma is an Islamophobia-ast, and Comix is the smartest 5'10" midget ever.
Indeed.
It's not playing for me. I can't tell when they're done. So
It-
guessing.
It played for me.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things with the remote. Sometimes it plays, sometimes it doesn't. I don't think you have stuff on your...
You're coming in very muffled
Yeah,
for
I was
me.
gonna say you're kind of mumble rapping right now.
I am?
Yeah, well, you were, not more.
I don't know. So yeah, Swallwell, he's had at least 5 women come out now, and a couple videos that.
Yeah, I was
have
about to
hit
say,
the
are
internet.
we not counting the explicit video, weird, gross looking video?
What, the one with the prostitute on the bed? 'Cause
Wow,
further-
he really has a type, doesn't he?
Yeah. And this is what still cracks me up about this whole thing. This is where the problem is. Not that he slept with a Chinese spy for how long? Wait,
A while.
this is where the Democrats draw the line. We can't lose the governorship of California, so we've got to sacrifice one of our own. But not when he was sleeping with a spy.
I mean,
And they'd have apparently.
let's be
there's
honest. Since when do they care about the freaking Chinese spying on Congress? I mean, come on.
There's also, I think it was a petition of 50 different staffers that were saying, yes, this is all true, and he needs to step down from the governorship race. So apparently it's been a known thing for quite a while amongst the Democrat circles, and they didn't do anything.
Well, yeah, it wasn't
they will only
politically-
sacrifice their own when it's convenient.
Yeah, it wasn't politically convenient for them to do it then.
Yep. Just pointing it out. But yeah, that's pretty much the Swallwell situation right now.
No, I just
Mad,
want to
did-
sing "It's a Swallwell" after all.
Matt, did you want to go into that other topic that you were bringing up and run that
No,
one?
not
or,
if you guys don't care. I don't care one way or another.
What's the other topic?
the stuff about the breaking news and 60%.
Oh yeah, I think we should talk about that. That's interesting.
Yeah. Run it, Mad.
What the hell? No, bro. I throw things to you for you to do these things.
Yeah, but I didn't get a chance to read it. So just give us a breakdown.
Oh, okay, sure. I'm not doing anything.
You're
Take a
literally
moment
not.
away from your video.
The only thing you're doing right now is that giant, penis shadow on your chest, dude. So
I'm actually
gaming or editing.
Yeah, I'm editing. Got another What the Flick coming out soon, and then I'm working on another one now from the vault. No, so the whole breaking thing is on Twitter. They are going to reduce the revenue for people that kind of spam the breaking news with the little light, the little siren looking
flashing
light thing.
siren light.
Yeah, the flashing light or whatever. And some people are very upset because how are they gonna? What do you want them to do? Just to die? To starve?
yes, that's exactly what we want them to do.
So basically, if you're grifting on Twitter, you're going to get a lower paycheck than
Yep.
somebody who's just actually giving information rather than trying to clickbait everybody into it.
So I think it's great.
Yeah, it's actually a really good idea.
Now, it'd be nice if they could do something about bots and AI.
Yes. But how else am I going to fucking troll people on the internet without using a bot?
But I did like that they added that you can have your DMs now in the corner, on PC at least, and on every post you can just do your own Ask Grok without doing the public Ask Grok. So there's a little circle with like a lightning bolt through it, and if you click on that, it'll summarize every single post that you want summarized.
Oh, that's handy.
So they've been doing some new stuff over
Wait,
there.
what is that? Say it again.
So at least on PC, if you go to any post and up next to the three dots, there's a circle with a line in it. You can click on that and it'll automatically bring up a separate window where it does the Ask Grok thing to summarize it for you, rather than having to be like, Grok, is this true in the comments, because everybody's getting sick of that,
Everyone's-
I think.
Everyone's retarded.
Yeah.
You know what? I really hate how much hate that people give for like, hey Grok, what's the story behind this? And people always put the little memes like, I'm so dumb, I have to ask Grok. Bro, I would much rather dum-dums to have the ability to ask Grok to verify something that may or may not be true, rather than going, well, I saw it on Twitter, I guess it's true. Like, why would you discourage people from using that?
Well,
you
sometimes it's just fucking funny now. I mean, people do that, I think, intentionally to troll.
Yeah, but it gets bothers me.
I just think it's hilarious.
I like how certain people use it. Like if you have the original post and then you have somebody ask a question of Grok, like, Grok, tell me about this, and then have a whole argument with Grok in the replies that is tearing apart the original point that was being made, because the point's usually a lie. That's a good use of Grok. There's a few people who do that. I just looked over at the YouTube stream, the vertical phone one. Yeah, we don't even fit onto the screen, so it's just Comix Division's name, Mad's name, half of
That's
my
all they need.
face, and just the little pink part of Chad's circle.
No, I gotta go
What
find
more do
this.
they need?
If you get 2 little pink circles, that means that you have a new Chad coming your way in 9 months.
So,
Something about
Not if my
junglies.
$500 has anything to say about it.
so do not use the dual stream button in YouTube directly to try to make it do it, because it does not format it at all. But, so there's Tech Talk for the week. We talked about the Downed Airmen. Chad, birthright citizenship. Arguments were made.
Arguments were made. skepticism was present, not looking great because the question was going to be whether we would have the political will to read what is clearly in the language of the 14th Amendment. And the answer is no. No, we don't. Because it looks like pretty clearly, I would say Amy Coney Barrett and John Roberts are already off the table the way that they were asking questions.
Roberts is a definite no.
That would put it at 5-4 minimum. And it seemed like Kavanaugh and Gorsuch were also very skeptical of it, which would make it a more likely a 7-2 decision.
That's where I think it's going to be, as a 7-2.
And the worst, I mean, it was already you got to take your shot, right? Because we had effectively made, for some ungodly reason, the law of the land for over 100 years, even though the case that was brought up was a famous case regarding Chinese nationals who were legal permanent residents of the United States and their child, which means if you're a legal permanent resident, in the parlance, green card holder, if you have a green card and you have a child, you are making yourself subject to the jurisdiction thereof by becoming a legal permanent resident. So it shouldn't be an issue. Now, here's what's interesting. Technically, there is a great example on why this is stupid and wrong, because with Native Americans, we have a specific carve-out that says they are not automatically citizens by virtue of being born in the United States, because they are citizens of their nation,
Their tribes.
their tribal nation. They are not. You can't argue that they are not born on U.S. soil, except you're saying that they're not, because this applies even when they are born outside of their reservation. We have made it specific that even if they're like a service member overseas, right? If they're born in a hospital in like Phoenix, it doesn't matter that they were off their reservation. They're still a member of the Native American tribe and not considered automatically a U.S. citizen. Now there's been some stuff since then to add a reciprocity and things like that. Point being, in the late 1800s, after this amendment passed, the people who debated it specifically said that it wouldn't be the case, and then we added case law and the government's operations showing and saying, no, it didn't matter that you were born in the United States. You're not subject to the jurisdiction thereof, and we made it very clear that they weren't. So I don't know why that wasn't brought up more fervently by in this case, the Solicitor General, as a way to like cut off some of the arguments that were being made against it. But it is what it is.
It did not go well, but Alito's little questioning here did. So let's watch a little bit of this one, because it's only a couple minutes long. Don't want to blow out everybody's ears.
Thank you for that.
Not subject to any foreign power is pretty straightforward. So let me give you these examples. A boy is born here to an Iranian father who has entered the country illegally. That boy is automatically an Iranian national at birth, and he has a duty to provide military service to the Iranian government. Is he not subject to any foreign power?
Not within the meaning of the 1866 Act, Justice Alito. And that's clear from Wong Kim Ark, and it's clear from the debates.
By the way, that argument would also work for Jewish people. Israelis specifically, not Jewish people, but Israelis have to serve in their military.
The framers meant by the phrase "not subject to any foreign power" was referring to the ambassador exception.
Can we pause real quick?
Sure.
She just said what the framers meant. Fucking bitch. These weren't the founding fathers who put this thing in. It was after the Civil War. It was not the framers, because the framers within constitutional arguments generally refers to like Bill of
Founding
Rights,
fathers.
like the founding fathers, the framers of the Constitution, debating the Bill of Rights which were adopted simultaneous to the original Constitution. So it automatically shows you that this woman is not a legitimate contender. It's
Well,
what
she's
the
making
authors
their argument.
Yeah, what the authors of the amendment meant is what she should have said. Like, if you were arguing like the 19th Amendment, you wouldn't say the founding fathers when they no.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
wouldn't
I
say
mean,
the
that's
framers.
fair.
Yeah, it's it's like anytime they have a debate on gun control and none of these people know how to actually operate a firearm, and it's ridiculous. So,
Or everything's an assault
yeah,
weapon.
yep.
What the government contends, basically not a subject of any foreign power, that another country considers you a jus sanguinis citizen, then lawful permanent residents, all foreign nationals.
Well, ordinary public meaning of that would certainly encompass that boy, would it not?
Justice Alito, if you think that the language of the 1866 Act was ambiguous, as Wong Kim Ark says, the shift to the language of the 14th Amendment, which is the operative text, certainly clears up any ambiguity.
Well, what I said about a boy born
A
to
little-
an Iranian
little
father
attitude
is
on her, huh?
true of
Yeah.
children born here to parents who were nationals of other countries. If
I think it's because she knew that it seemed like a few of the justices were already leaning her way.
born here to parents who were nationals of other countries. If I'm correct, it's true to a child who's born here to Russian parents. It's true to a child who's born here to Mexican parents. They're automatically citizens or nationals of those countries and have a duty of military service. It sure seems like that makes them subject to a foreign power.
But again, Justice Alito, that would have meant that the children of Irish, Italian, and other immigrants, which Wong Kim Ark refers to and the debate the framers refer to, would not have been citizens either. Because if the only test is whether that US-born child is considered a citizen by another country under their jus sanguinis laws, then no foreign nationals' children would be
Well,
included
in all of
citizenship.
those cases, the parents could be naturalized, and then the children would be derivatively naturalized when the parents were naturalized. Wong Kim Ark.
Yep, 100%.
Exactly.
It's
Instead, we now have companies in Russia and China that are literally getting people over here to have their anchor babies, going back, being raised in those countries, in some cases serving in their military, while being supposedly American citizens.
Yep.
It's an issue.
It is one of these things where, and we talk, and I think this is one of the things I like most about our show. We talk about the intersection of philosophy versus reality. Right, you know, like what is the realism versus principles, right? This is like the perfect example of like a Thomas Massey type scenario, right? My principles tell me that that no, in the real world, your enemy is going to take advantage of any opening you give them, and the idea that you are going to be allowing birthright citizenship. There's a reason China
To possible foreign combatants.
Yeah. There's a reason China's taking advantage of it, that the South American illegal immigration population that was coming up here was specifically coached to take advantage of it. Like, you know, once you have a baby, they can't get rid of you. You'll get all these money and benefits.
Yeah,
you know?
chain migration,
So
chain citizenship through the anchor babies.
Yeah,
you
that's an
can.
issue.
So this is something I think I forget whether it was Thomas Swallwell or you know, Milton Friedman. You know, basically, you can't have
Thomas Sowell, not Thomas Sowell.
Thomas. Yeah. You can't have birthright citizenship and a generous social welfare state.
No, you cannot.
You can't combine those two things. Are not in any way able to exist at the same time. If you have one and the other at the same time, you're going to just completely destroy you're a magnet, and you're going to destroy your country within a few generations, which by the way is exactly once we allowed, starting in the late 1960s, Senator Kennedy, Edward Kennedy, good old Teddy, who helped champion the Immigration Reform Act, I think of 1968, where chain migration was allowed, and they relaxed a lot of these rules that went along with that's immediately also tied into being a couple years after they had passed the Lyndon Johnson Great Society programs. And magically, if you think about it, California was one of the reddest states in the country. Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan, California governors.
Mm-hmm.
And within a generation,
not.
they destroyed it. And it was because of the social welfare programs of the Great Society and the 1968 Immigration Reform Act.
Hey, special guest popping in.
Hello.
Hey, Keri.
Hey. Hey, Comix. Good. I'm here to learn something. Don't mind me.
Oh, you're here to get briefed on the 1968 Immigration
Actually,
Reform
I
Act.
am. I was listening to you guys, and I was like, I don't know nearly enough about this. I'm going to join them in case I want to say something.
Keri, have you ever actually heard the? By the way, this is a fun fact. Lyndon Johnson was the one who installed the White House audio system that was later used to bring down Richard Nixon. And there are super fun audio recordings of him in the White House Oval Office.
There really is.
Where
A
he
lot
was
of it has to do with his slong.
Yeah, there was some of that. Well, now, if that's not what you're interested in, what is interesting is when they were talking about specifically the Great Society welfare programs, he used some very choice vernacular to describe how a certain word for black people would be voting for Democrats for the rest of their lives, not realizing we made them slaves again, basically.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure there's recordings of him from the toilet yelling at people.
Oh, that's true too.
Foreign diplomats and shit.
Yeah, there's some.
He has some wild stuff.
Yelling about telling people about his dogs and all that stuff, and also yelling about Hubert Humphrey, he did not really like as his vice president. But they're all in the archives of his presidential library, and just people didn't care to even check them out for a long time.
But yeah, they sure cared about what Nixon did and didn't do.
But I mean, the thing is, what they're asking us to do is just get rid of all common sense on this topic. I understand that it's an amendment, but the common sense says that's never how we were intending for this to work when we drafted this amendment. And now Robert's argument was essentially, well, the world may have changed, but the Constitution doesn't. And it's like, well, you're supposed to interpret the Constitution and the amendments, and your interpretation is being very broad rather than very limited in scope. So I don't know if we'll see maybe a targeted decision in some way, or if they just throw it out altogether.
So a perfect example, by the way, of why they absolutely have the freedom to say that maybe the original wording wasn't there, but the legislative intent was never to allow this kind of craziness, would be going back to the 60s with how they interpreted the Interstate Commerce Clause to allow some federal regulations. And for one of the ways that how would the federal government have an ability to regulate through interstate commerce whether there was segregation in a southern state? Well, that's a fun fact. They had ketchup bottles. This was the example they used. Well, that ketchup was bottled in another state. That diner had products from another state in it, so it clearly means that it falls under interstate commerce as a reason to allow the federal government to regulate what's there. They even went on using the interstate commerce laws reasoning in other cases to say that a farmer choosing not to grow wheat on their land was interstate commerce because the choice to not grow things kept it out of the market, which impacted the overall market for interstate commerce. Therefore, the government had a right to be able to regulate what the farmer didn't grow or did grow.
That's so asinine.
And by the way, those Supreme Court precedents still around, still standing, still being used today. And they're going to argue about like what the subject to the jurisdiction thereof, and when someone enters a country, and pretend that, oh well, we can't really see how it's being corrupted by its interpretation. Like a proper originalist, and this is where Scalia was good. It's not just a matter of looking at the original text, but if you look at the reasoning within the Second Amendment decisions like Bruin, and it's looking at the original language and the history that was common at the time. Like, what did it mean at the time?
Context.
It's not just specifically. It's not only some people are what's called textualists, which is where you're going to look just at the words that are there, and some people are looking a little deeper, which is original intent. And that's where we got some of these great Second Amendment decisions where they said, no, it is a personal right to defend yourself. You do have the right to have your gun. And then it was expanded upon to say you have to, if you're going to ban anything, you have to look at it in the context of, was that even allowed historically? Is there any precedent historically for the tradition and of the framers or the people who were passing the amendments at the time to educate them on what they wanted? In this case, they passed the 14th Amendment specifically for one purpose: to remove the ability of southern states coming through Reconstruction to prevent the children of slaves from being granted their full rights as citizens of the United States. They didn't have any intent to make sure that people coming from China on a visa for tourism would be able to pop out a baby and call it an American citizen. It was the original intent of that amendment wasn't for any. They didn't even care. They weren't even even though that example came up, they didn't give a shit about the Irish immigrants who came and fought for the Union in the Civil War. The only thing the 14th Amendment was designed to do was remove the ambiguity regarding the children of slaves. So
Yep.
if you look at
The
that
intent was
context,
exactly that, and only that.
if you look at if you look at that intent, that history, that sequence, the idea of how it's being misconstrued and has been misconstrued and expanded on in the last 140 years is ridiculous. And therefore the any right thinking originalists, not textualists but originalists, would say no, the 14th Amendment does not automatically grant citizenship to the children of non-permanent resident or U.S. citizens while they're here. You need at least one lawful permanent resident or U.S. citizen parent to be a U.S. citizen child at birth.
So
Which
catch me up. So what happened with the Supreme Court? Did they rule against Trump, or they haven't ruled
they
yet?
haven't ruled yet. We just are looking at the way the questioning went in the
Mm-hmm.
Supreme Court hearing, and yeah, Scalia and maybe Thomas will go with it, from what we can tell.
We'll go
From
with
the
Trump.
way, yeah, from the way that the questions were being asked, it sounded like everybody was a bit skeptical of the argument being made.
Not everybody. There were two who weren't.
Right, that's what I just said.
Yeah.
Scalia and Thomas.
Yeah, so it's looking. I would say, like Brahma, I would possibly a 6-3, but more likely a 7-2 is what you'd get from the context of that. Now, if I think Alito and Thomas can be very persuasive within the conference, I think you might be able to pull away maybe a Gorsuch or Kavanaugh, one or the other, depending on how the arguments go. But
Right.
that's where I think it would end up being a 6-3 decision instead of a 7-2.
Yeah. Hudal brought up a good point earlier, too, that I was going to make, but we kind of wandered away from it. It also bypasses some of our security clearance background checks when you have somebody, say a Chinese national, who comes over and has a baby and then takes the baby back to China as an American citizen, and then the baby is, once they grow up, they're allowed to come back here, and then they can pass background checks. They're
Yes.
citizens. They can get
Yes.
security clearances.
There is a little more to a clearance than that, but
You know what's great though? What no matter what happens with this is that Trump has expanded the Overton window to include a discussion about this now.
Yeah.
Whereas I had not been thinking about this, and I don't think a lot of people had ever. It's one of those things that people just take the leftist position for granted is like, oh, that's the way things are. And we're always intended. And no, now having read the executive order and what they're talking about, and these loopholes that you're talking about, it's like, well, no, that's not what was intended. It wasn't intended like a tourist who's here visiting and has a baby. Is that an American citizen now because they had a baby while they were here? No.
And WG's right. I think I said Scalia a couple times. Alito.
Alito.
I knew what you meant.
But from beyond the grave, WG, Scalia.
Scalia would be arguing it correct.
Oh no, what happened to Scalia?
He's been dead
Darren.
for a while.
Darren,
Oh, man.
And Canadian. The chat is for you, Brahma, but the clip can be for Keri to keep her awake.
Oh,
Right.
really? Do I look
And we
sleepy?
get the copy.
We were all
get the
feeling
copy
it.
kitty,
Lil Chad went for a while.
Kitty donated.
I don't even know if Keri even played Witcher 3.
Probably not.
No, I
We just
didn't.
play Henry Cavill for the ladies. So, yeah, I think that pretty much
You can
beats
hear
that
how
topic into
impressed
the ground.
Keri is.
Right?
What? Henry Cavill? I don't really. Not a fan.
Man, as long as you don't play one of the other ones for her, you'll be okay.
She watches the show. I'm sure she's seen the other ones.
She's seen the yeah-yeahs?
I don't know. I
Oh,
listen to the show a lot.
That's probably smart.
smart.
That means you're not just smart, you're street smart.
Street smart.
See what you did there.
It still works. It still works. I love doing that.
So the last major topic is actually one that Keri's been talking about, so she can jump right in on this one with us. The podcaster or influencer wars. Trump had to jump in finally. He's basically done nothing about this as long as they were attacking each other. Other than a couple weeks ago, he told Erica that she should sue. But when they began saying that we should tank the presidency in the midterms, he got a little bit pissed off and decided to jump in. So he called out a number of influencers by name. Chad, do you have that Star Wars scroll?
Yeah, let me get that.
Star Wars Skull.
Oh, you haven't seen that one?
I don't know. I've seen it.
She played it, I think.
Okay.
I had a further thought about this.
Uh-huh.
Unfortunately, I think it was a long time coming that he let people know what he thinks about some of these people. I don't like these people anymore. At one time, I think I liked all of them, the four that he mentioned. But here's the downside of mentioning them. That's what a narcissist likes and wants. Candace Owens is getting so much mileage out of this. She was on a break because she's always like, any day now, we're just about to reveal the real killer, and it's coming. We're so close, guys. We're so close. And that's been happening for months, and over 6 months. And then she goes on break when she runs out of steam. And then he mentioned her, and so now she came back from break early, and she's putting out T-shirts and stuff. And like they thrive off of being mentioned positively or negatively. So that's the downside of him mentioning them is that it gives them some time. It boosts them. It means they're being talked about by the president of the U.S. Do you know what I mean? That's I don't know.
Yeah, but a lot of them had connections to the president in one way or another
That's true.
already.
That's
What he's
true.
trying to do is reestablish that this is his coalition, not theirs. They
Yes.
don't decide what is America First MAGA for him. He's the president. He's the one that got elected. You ready to
Yes.
add it?
Yep, I'm just making sure it's muted.
So what
since
happened
it's
with
got the
Candace? I
star.
thought we all loved her. Did something happen?
Are you joking?
Yes.
Bruce is joking.
Hold on, I guess Mad must have missed that
No, but-
anecdote.
Matt, let me tell
An
you.
anecdote?
Let me tell you an anecdote. The Facebook people actually don't know what's been going on. In my experience, Facebook people are more like real world people, like common man. They're not really
Right.
online as much. They are online, but they see different
They're
things.
not on Twitter.
And they're not on
specifically.
X, and they don't watch shows and stuff. And so the last they saw Tucker, he was on Fox, and the last they saw Candace was like 3 or 4 years ago with TPUSA, or 7 years ago.
Before
And
she
so-
went
Yes.
insane.
And so sometimes I get Facebook people are like, wait, wait, what happened? I like, and then you're like, have you been watching the past few years? Like, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't seen him since Fox. You're like, oh, okay, never mind.
That explains everything.
So I thought that's what you were for a second, Mad.
No, no. I follow you on Twitter. I see it all the time.
Sorry. You're not a Facebook person.
No.
So somebody took Trump's Truth Social and popped it out with the Star Wars scroll.
Yep. So
We
this
can't
is
play the
for-
music. It is
Oh, okay.
the actual Star Wars music, but
Somebody do the music.
Blah 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 blah
Dun,
blah.
dun, dun,
Blah, blah,
dun,
blah,
dun,
blah,
dun.
blah, blah.
Should we read it? I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years. Especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the number one state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon. Wait, who does a better Trump?
Because they have.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go
Because
ahead.
they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it, and everyone else knows it too. I got
We
too
love-
far.
Good.
Look at their. Now
Look
I've
at
got
their
to find.
worthless asses. They suck. They all
There it is.
suck.
Look at their past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Now they think they get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody's talking about them, and their views are opposite of MAGA. All right, somebody else take over.
Nobody's
wouldn't-
talking about them. Go ahead.
I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me. And just, God, I can't do it.
Oh,
It
that's
just,
awful.
it's hard
That
to
is- that-
read
that's-
and try to do it. Like if I was
that's
just talking to be fine. Go ahead, Comix. You can take over.
No.
Comics.
We're-
See,
Comics can't read on
Perhaps
the
Just
we should
give-
see a good psychiatrist, or Megyn Kelly, who's nasty as me, now famous. Only Rosie O'Donnell's question, or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses me of highly. It's going too fast for me
who
to read.
accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is
Accused of-
not.
Highly respected First Lady of France to be a man when she's not, and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is way far more beautiful than Candace Owens. I don't know what the fuck he's thinking, but okay, whatever. In fact, it's not even close.
This is where I missed Trump on the campaign trail, because this would have led to a non sequitur. Now, she did bang him when he was in high school, and that's not okay because she
No.
was a teacher.
You
But
did
let's
bang
all
her when
think
she was in
about
high
it.
school, and that's kind of creepy, especially when chicks do it too. It's not just when guys do it.
But let's be honest. She was like a 10 back then, so he was pulling above his game. So we should all appreciate that Macron was
Some
doing
say, some say he outpunted his coverage.
Some say she was the hottest teacher at the high school.
He was like rookie Devin Hester. He peaked early.
Now, on to bankrupt Alex Jones, who's full of shit and kind of retarded. He's even said it. He even said he was retarded
I'm kinda
because they're
retarded.
turning the freaking frogs gay.
Which they are.
He should have said, and even if the First Lady of France is a man, he's still more attractive than Candace Owens.
Better looking than Candace.
He's still more attractive woman than
No.
Alex
Candace Owens.
Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers, and they will always be. Now, fake news, CNN, the failing New York Times, and all of the other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA, they're losers, just trying to latch on to MAGA.
Good Lord. Do they not have a character limit over on Truth Social?
No.
My God.
Trump owns part of it. You think he's going to limit the
As
amount that he can say?
I
Fair.
could get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy.
Too busy running this glorious country. It's a mighty fine country. You might have heard of it. It's called America. We're the greatest.
That was one of my favorite lines in there, though. When they call, I just don't return their calls.
So now that we
What
saw
was funny-
some, I was gonna say, now that we saw some of the documentaries, I love that he's telling like some intern, put that one in quotes, put nasty in quote, no, nasty goes in quotes.
It's just funny to me. Like, there's so many things about Trump that I find funny, but one of them is that he doesn't ever think about them, and nobody talks about them. And I'm way too busy to answer their calls, but I'm gonna write this book about them. Truth
Because why the hell not?
Because why not?
It's kinda
But I
funny.
don't ever think about them, and no one cares, and I don't have time to talk to them. And then he's like, return paragraph 8. Like, he just keeps going.
I love that. I love that he changes Marjorie Taylor Greene to Marjorie Trader Brown. It's like, I took her color. She's no longer allowed to have her own color. We're giving her the color that I've assigned.
He's been on a roll.
I just saw a picture of her with all the Code Pink ladies. That's all I was going to say. All the
Code
Marxist
Pink?
Code Pink
Oh.
ladies. Yeah.
What
It's
the hell happened to her?
If
She
you
was
mix
told-
pink and green, you get brown. You get a traitorous brown.
She was told she could not win a statewide election and that he would not back her, so she immediately turned on Trump.
Okay.
She wanted to run for Senate.
Yeah. I think some of them here, let me send you this picture. This is crazy. And she calls Medea Benjamin, the founder of Code Pink, like her friend now. I think she's one of the ones who just will do or say anything. Maybe she has no attachment to anything she says or claims to believe. And so I wouldn't be shocked if she starts comics, if she goes after like a slot on The View or some leftist kind of.
I know that's been speculated that she might go on The View.
She's already
They
gone
always
on
have.
there.
She's
as a
been on.
guest. Yeah, but I think she might want to be a host or something.
Yeah, they like
Well,
to
no,
have
I'm not
that.
talking about not going on. I mean, actually, as
Becomes
Yeah,
the
quote unquote conservative voice. Yeah.
Right.
replace Alyssa Farah or whatever her name is. Bringing it up, Keri. Hold on. I thought you
Did
were
y'all
gonna
see him
share
at
it,
Easter?
and then it was in private chat. So
with the kids, he's like,
Where I'm talking about Iran with the Easter bunny right next to us.
No, with the kids, where he's like, I'll sign it. You take it to eBay tonight. You get $5,000. Ooh, I'm gonna
Right.
sign this one so everybody thinks it was me. Hey, look at what I drew. And he starts talking about Biden with his auto pin. He's like, if it was Biden, he would have somebody following him with the auto pin. Did y'all not see this?
the auto pin would be signing it, not Joe. Joe would be getting led away by the Easter bunny.
It was so great. He's just hanging out with these kids. The kids have no idea what he's talking about.
I love Palestinian liberation. Code Pink.
Yeah, that's Medea Benjamin, the founder of
Wow.
Code Pink. And they're all wearing the Palestinian, what do you call that scarf? The
The
keffiyeh.
shamag or something like that.
Yeah.
Yes, but look who she's with in this picture. Alex Soros.
No.
Wait a minute. Isn't his dad? Oh, correct me if I'm wrong here.
Jorge Soros?
Yeah.
Correct.
Jorge Soros?
So yeah,
Okay.
the Trump tweet was solid gold, and he's
pretty epic.
right on trying to reclaim the movement in his name, because I don't think outside of Twitter anybody's paying attention to this.
No. And you know what's crazy? One of the crazy things I saw afterwards is that a bunch of these grifters, they started putting out, they're trying to take that rule of monetizing haters and stuff, but they're trying to take it to a place it can't be sustained, where it can't go, which is like Tucker put out hats, trucker caps
Low
that
IQ.
said low IQ, and it's not like reclaiming deplorable,
Wait.
which and so nobody knows what that means. It's so inside baseball. Like I said, Facebook people, most normal people don't even watch Tucker anymore. They haven't watched him since he left Fox. Nobody, except for us weirdos who are on X all the time. No, normies are not like us. They're not watching everything, and so they have no idea. And so if
It
they
feel-
see you walking around with a hat that says low IQ, and nobody's
Yeah.
like, yeah,
No
you're
one
reclaiming
knows.
it. You
They,
know,
they
they're just
think you're
like,
flaunting your stupidity.
yes,
They're like, wow, this guy's really proud of his low IQ. Well,
yes.
good on him for being able to function, I guess.
And so they're grifting from their own audience. He's selling low IQ hats to his low IQ audience, Candace is doing the same. She put out some merch that said "nut jobs."
Right. I comfortably
That sounds
smug.
sexual.
When you
Comfortably
call them, you
smug
call them
from-
candy cultists? Is that what it was?
I call them
Yeah.
candy cultists.
Comfortably smug from
Cantifa.
Ruthless made a great comment on those hats, though. He
Ooh, I
was
like Cantifa.
this is going to be hilarious in like 6 months when there's such a surplus of these hats because nobody bought them, that they're going to be on, like some Salvation Army shipment over to Africa. Just a whole bunch of hats that say low IQ.
Low
That's
IQ.
just gonna be-
Oh,
that's
that's
just gonna be
kind of
fucking
sad. And they're low IQ, so they can't read it. Oh man.
No.
So it is like what they do with the Super Bowl shirts for the losers. Like whoever loses, those all get sent over there.
Yeah,
The
or
two
the hats,
funniest
yeah.
T-shirts I saw when I lived in Tanzania the last year of college. One was a guy that was wearing, because a lot in some places nobody spoke English. It depended on where you were. If you were in a city, people spoke English. But anyway, this area I was in, nobody spoke English really. This guy was wearing a shirt. It was hot pink. It was clearly made for a woman, and it said "From zero to bitch in 60 seconds." And this guy was wearing it. It was so funny. And then another guy who was wearing a Dare shirt and smoking a blunt.
That's funny.
Funny.
That is really funny.
Yeah, it took me a little bit longer than Keri to turn on Megan, but the second Megan turned on Erica, it was just like, nope, I'm done.
She's the
And
most disappointing of all of them to me.
She doubles down and triples down and quadruples down while still claiming to be like Erica's friend and Charlie Kirk's friend. And it's like, yeah, that's not how friends treat their friends' widows. And even if it's just, you're not going to say anything about Candace, there's still ways of saying, I don't think this should be happening. That
Like
kind of
Michael
thing.
Knowles said. Michael
Yes.
Knowles did that without using
Well,
Candace's
Michael
name.
Knowles is Candace's godfather, or the godfather of Candace's kids. He's probably not going to burn that bridge forever. He's literally her kid's godfather, and he takes that seriously. But he has said, no, you should not be doing this. He just didn't use her name.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, Taylor Swift was the godmother to Blake Lively's kids, and that bridge got burned pretty bad.
Yeah, I'm
Really?
sure they take their Catholicism very seriously, Taylor Swift and Blake Lively.
I mean,
Although
they shake it off. It's fine.
If you are a sociopath, it is like Candace is, in my opinion. It would be probably a good idea to get a person of good character to be the godfather to your children before they realize you're a sociopath. Then they'll
Right.
never criticize you publicly.
Holy
So-
shit.
She was playing the long game.
Brahma.
Yeah.
Brahma, will you be the godfather to my, like, it's imaginary right now, but it should still count, right?
I'm not Catholic, so I can't be the godfather. Sorry. I think Chad's Catholic.
I am the godfather to couple kids. Yeah.
He also might require you to
They're
get
both
married
real?
before having that kid.
What's that?
Chad.
Yes, they are both real.
Damn it.
I had to go through and get my paperwork reviewed by
Paperwork? What are you adopting a puppy? What do you mean paperwork?
In
The,
the Catholic
if the
Church,
church, it's
pretty seriously.
you have in the Catholic Church, you have a permanent record that follows you from church to church. That will get. It's like moving schools.
Wow,
You
this
get
is
your
going on your
permanent
permanent record. They're
records?
fucking serious about that shit.
Holy
aren't they?
shit.
Yeah,
You
that's
do.
why I'm saying it's a big deal for Knowles. And he's very, very Catholic. He does the Latin Mass. All he does is quote, a whole bunch of different Catholic teachers from back in the early church, Aquinas and all those guys. And he's extremely Catholic. So it does not surprise me at all that even if Ben is going after him, he's not going to just throw Candace completely under the bus. It's, well, publicly at least.
Yeah, fair, I guess.
He's thrown her ideas under the bus, but he has not named her. And I'm fine with that. Call out what is going wrong, what is being done that is wrong. Name the sin, but it doesn't mean you have to publicly,
He's probably
announce it at
privately-
her with his situation with
Yeah.
her.
That's an interesting.
Now,
because
Megan has just proven to blow in the wind with whatever way the audience is going to take her. She's audience captured all the way through.
all the way. And she just, like I said, the most disappointing because I don't know. I didn't pay much attention to her until the past few years. In the past few years, I thought, I got such a good feeling from her, and I just thought she was a very sincere person. And I think I couldn't have been more wrong. Out of all the people who I think have fooled me, she's the one that I found most disappointing because I think now she's just so
It makes you
fake.
really question her stance on trans. Since
Yes.
she was talking pro-trans years ago, and then she seemed to have had a shift in that into I'm actually absolutely against trans.
Yes.
And then it makes you question it because that's
And
kind of where the country was moving and her audience was moving, was always, you know, we're not okay with boys and girls sports. Then is she being honest anymore on that? Don't know.
And the way she turned on Ben Shapiro, but she won't dare utter any critical word about Candace Owens, but she turned on Ben, who was her friend,
When
and
she
who
didn't even know
and she said
Candace.
she didn't even, according to her, didn't even know Candace. Yes, but she was like so. She even talked about how when she got fired from network television, he was the one who called. He brought her out to visit the Daily Wire and picked up her spirits and told her, "You can do this. You can do your own platform. You can, you know." He gave her that courage and that inspiration, and just
Start the podcast.
yeah, and just to completely turn on someone like that because they're trying to call you to your higher nature,
And
to
this was
truth
all
and to
from
honor
her
and to
own
integrity.
words.
Yeah. And it's like somebody, look, that's a good friend because they're trying to call you to your higher nature. And to be so low and petty and be like, I don't like that you're calling me to my higher nature. I'm gonna knife you in the back now and go with the person who makes no demands of me. Other than that, I never say anything negative about them. You know.
And Lindsay, that's fine. I mean, if you're skeptical of Shapiro because he was a never Trumper, the thing is, he's not actively calling for undermining
Right.
Trump's second term.
And he
Alex
also changed
Jones,
his
I mean,
mind.
people keep saying that Alex Jones should not have been in the crossfire on this. Alex Jones is calling for everybody to vote Democrat. Same thing that Fuentes is.
Well,
Really?
He
and
also
Wow.
called for Alex Jones also called for a coup.
He
He,
called
he
for the 25th.
yes, he called for the 25th Amendment and that he said that
Well,
Trump needed to be
lots of
forcibly
people have.
removed. Yeah,
Let's
but
be
that's
honest.
crazy.
real quick, but on Ben Shapiro, though, I mean, we are allowed to change our minds. JD Vance changed
JD
his
Vance.
mind about Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A
I
lot
think
of
a lot
people
of the
changed their
25th
minds.
stuff was performative. To a certain degree, I think people thinking that the end of the world was coming because of tonight a civilization ends, and I know a lot of people freaked out about that, but I'm like, it's like it's the
A whole
big
bunch of
fucking asshole.
morons who don't see a bigger picture and actually thought he was going to nuke 90 million people.
No,
I mean, come on. You've
Yeah,
got to
I
be an
mean,
idiot to believe that.
yeah.
both
I mean,
my
there's no
girlfriend
fucking
and
way.
I.
Go ahead.
I was going to say both the girlfriend and I both changed our minds radically as far as Trump, how we felt about Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, it's perfectly okay for people to
Yes.
learn new information and to change their minds. It's what they do after that.
I didn't
That's
vote for him the
important.
first time. I
minds.
vote for him the second and third time.
I voted all 3 times. My problem is not with people changing their minds mad, but people
No, I
flipping
know.
on a
I didn't vote for
dime
Hillary either,
that-
by the way.
Right,
Just
but I
throwing
don't
that
think
out
that's Ben Shapiro. That's why I was talking
me
about it.
neither. I think Shapiro was anti-Trump as far as he wanted DeSantis.
Well,
But as the second Trump was the nominee, Shapiro was fully behind him you're not going to vote for a Democrat.
exactly. And it's weird because, I also used to be a leftist. I voted for Trump 2 times. I didn't vote for him the first time. I voted for him in 2020 and 2024. But all of those people that they're now calling, old MAGA. I saw this meme going around like, Trump's getting rid of old MAGA like Candace Owens and Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson. I'm like, wait a second. You mean Candace Owens who wrote that MAGA needs to be eliminated and how Trump has a small male piece of anatomy and like how she was totally
Trying to say
anti-Trump.
he has a small penis, Keri.
Yes.
Oh, I thought we were talking about toes.
And so she was super anti-Trump. Megyn Kelly, who was very Tucker, who privately in his text messages, it came out during the
And the
Dominion
Dominion thing.
lawsuit, how much he hates Trump and can't wait until we never have to deal with him or have his president again.
Wow.
All of these people were anti-Trump. So it's really convenient that they want to smear people who are still in Trump's side as like somehow like, well, the people who are not freaking out like Chicken Little, like the sky is falling, who are still, with Trump or MAGA or whatever, those people are somehow new MAGA, and these people who turned out to be frauds are old MAGA. No, they're not. They were all of the. A lot of these guys were leftists too.
They campaign
Candace
for him,
Owens was.
but then they will immediately flip on a dime the
Yes.
second that they see a thing that will get them more clicks. That
Ian
is what
Carroll,
the
all
problem
these
with these
people.
guys are, is they are chasing the clicks rather than being true to their actual beliefs. I mean, we were talking about it on Twitter under one of the comments that you had commented, and I was like, yeah, I don't trust people who don't just say what they actually think because they're trying to chase the clicks. I try to be as true to my actual beliefs on these shows as I can.
Right.
Yes.
Well,
Because
the
I'm
other
using the
thing-
information that's available
Yeah.
to digest and come up with my own thoughts on it, and
Yeah.
then spouting them out at you guys. It's nothing that we're not special. We're just a whole bunch of people talking, but
Yeah.
we're also trying to be truthful to the best of our abilities.
I think the big thing is too, just because you vote for something or pro something doesn't mean you can't criticize it either. And
Right.
Right.
that's
Also true.
Yeah, but there's a difference. Why I see what's going on with these people who kind of flipped on Trump. I mean, there's plenty of things I've criticized Trump on. I mean, it's a very good possibility that this Iran thing will cost the Republicans the win this year. I mean, that is a very serious possibility. A lot of the criticisms of the Forever War stuff is pretty valid. Fortunately, not yet. We haven't put boots on the ground, and I hope that doesn't happen. But it's. These are the realities, and obviously it's going to turn certain people off, and it's a very good possibility that Trump has basically set MAGA up for fail at this point.
There's also a very good chance that the midterms aren't going to be the bloodbath that everybody keeps saying
Yeah.
they are.
That
because
is
that's
also a
Twitter
possibility.
thing. People don't forget that what the Biden economy was like. I mean, yes, there are things that are going to affect the vote right now, but the Senate's not going to flip. And there is just as much reason to think that people are still pissed off with the Democrats because their polling is so way underwater right now, even with the Democrat Party, that there's no reason to just automatically say the midterms are done. And Deadman, I know we called for the 25th. It may have been Schroyer and a few of the others that called for voting for Democrats. I'm trying to remember all their crazy statements over the last couple weeks, but this Iran thing has got a whole group of the political influencer class looking at this is where I can now get clicks and, completely shift what I'm doing. And I think it's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going to happen with the midterms. I like to listen to you guys to learn more about elections and politics and races and things like that, campaigns. But I do know that according to data, it's always over 90% of the time the midterms go against whatever party's in office in the presidency. And so, I mean, I don't expect it to go for the Republicans, but that doesn't mean that also it's going to be some kind of like a bloodbath where it's just overwhelmingly. I don't think that's necessarily going to happen either. Most of the people I talk to offline, this is just a function of where I'm at, I guess, but they're not aware of all this stuff, and they're not divided or upset like online. There's not as much of this kind of stuff about the war or anything. That's just where I'm at, this rural area. But I saw Matt Walsh saying the opposite. He was like, everyone I know in real life is very upset about this war. And
Matt Walsh is at a level of fame where everybody he knows in real life is probably a whole bunch of
Well,
people
I think
that
what
watch
people are
his
going to
show.
be the most
Yeah.
upset about is going to be high gas prices. That's
Yes.
what I think is where people will be upset.
Which
True,
they
yes.
really haven't even gotten to where Biden had them.
The diesel
But-
prices are getting.
I don't know.
a
It
little out of
actually almost
control.
got up to $4 here. It hovered at $3.99 before it started
Yeah.
dropping. So
Yeah, that's what I had to get gas at the other day. It was
yeah, the other day I was
$3.99.
like, holy shit! It's like $3.99. Jesus.
I'm just popping in 20 at a time instead of filling up the whole tank because it's
oh,
gonna go
15,
back-
bro, every
It's going to
time.
go back down. I mean,
15,
I'm not
yeah.
all that concerned. It's going to be a short-term pain. We've talked about it all night, why it will be.
I'm gonna
a
start
short-term
paying in
pain.
quarters if they don't stop fucking around.
Just so you know, oil's open back up. It's up to $105 a barrel, so it's gone up around $9 since where it closed from Friday. So you're gonna see a spike at the pump, probably another 10 to 15 cents over the next 2 days.
Well, I guess I shouldn't be driving a few hours to pick up a chair from Facebook Marketplace.
I mean, if you got it like that, if you were like, I don't care about the $4 gas, I'm going 3 hours to pick up a chair, a used chair.
I'm so like having to curtail some of the things that I shouldn't be doing anyway.
Well, the thing is, I have no choice. I have to drive on occasion for my job. Not on occasion, quite a bit sometimes. So that's the thing that sucks for me. So it's like I don't have a choice.
Yep.
Yeah, but we've all dealt with it for 5 years now.
Yeah, I mean,
we had a little bit of a respite, and we're going to get another one.
I get it, but it's like if I was at my old job, I would complain, but it really wouldn't affect me. With this one, it's like, dude, you take gas up to $4 or $5. That is a serious chunk coming out of my paycheck.
I will say something about this in the chat. Somebody said get a hybrid. My husband, I'll tell you, a few years ago, we traded in. We had two. When we got married, we had two vehicles that were newish. We traded them in for three much older vehicles, and it was pretty much an even trade. And the older vehicles, one of them is, they all have a purpose. There's the truck for hauling stuff. There's the really old van. I think it's like a 2010 maybe, or 2000. It's a 2000. Anyway, this van is for overnight, like when he's a musician, he's traveling, and so he can save money on hotels. But the hybrid is if he has a place to stay and he's got to travel. He travels great distances to do music, and if he has a place to stay, he takes that hybrid. And I'm telling you, like, we took it to across the country.
60, 70 miles a day.
Yes, you can go it's the best. It is the best. It's a Prius, and it looks, it's like, so it's a man who's over 6 foot tall, folding down to fit into a little
Anthony's
Prius.
a big guy.
Yeah.
But you save so much money. So I don't know.
Right.
I've had a good experience with it. And
The
even
thing
a
with
used one.
hybrids, when they first came out, and I'm not sure where they're at on cost now, but the cost difference of the hybrid to the, like, say, take a Honda Accord. The cost difference for the hybrid version of it to the regular version of it was so inordinately different, higher, that any gas savings you were going to be getting, you were paying for in the price of the car. I don't know if that's still true, and I would be
everything's
willing to
gotten
bet that a lot of the
expensive,
used stuff is, very affordable.
Yeah,
and
we get paid
much
off far
better.
as we ain't buying nothing else for a minute.
Yeah, I'll have the Jeep paid off in December or January, I think. So,
The Jeep's already paid off, fortunately.
and my wife's
I
car
paid
is
that
already
off
paid off. So.
Back in 2020.
And my motorcycle has just been sitting for 3 years and has been paid off for 6. But we got too many California drivers here, and I don't trust any of them. Last time I was on the bike, I almost got hit 2 times within 3 blocks.
Jeez.
I was like, nope, I'm done.
That's insane, man.
Yeah, people just don't pay attention. And that's a heavy cruiser, not like a little crotch rocket thing. It's a Suzuki Boulevard, so not a heavy cruiser, but it's not one of the little tiny bikes. But yeah, don't trust
Man, the girlfriend wouldn't let me get a Can-Am, one of the spiders.
What's a Can-Am?
the
the
three-wheeled
trikes.
That thing looks awesome.
motorcycles.
Maybe because she cares about you.
Ugh.
Doesn't
Too
want
Yeah,
you
but
to
it's
have
not 3
sometimes.
wheels. It's basically like driving a car with the wind hitting
Yeah,
you.
basically. Just with no doors or hood or frame.
I saw a
Around you.
dude driving one of those today around the city here, and
Yeah.
gay is all I could think.
Really?
I
Oh,
think
man.
they look.
I think they're pretty
I
cool.
like the look of them.
Yeah.
Look,
And my wife could actually drive that, unlike a motorcycle. She would never actually drive a motorcycle.
Get a
We
Prius.
had one other hilarious thing that happened this week. We'll bring up the meme and watch it that way, because Canadians, you guys are having some issues.
I love how he has just embraced this whole thing.
Yeah. because he's great.
JD, if you spell this word correctly, you will be crowned this year's Scripps National Spelling Bee Champion. The word is Meathwig 2 Slug Buck-Q E+.
What? Can you give me the country of origin, please?
Yes, of course. The country of origin is none other than Canada.
Can you give me the definition, please?
A single word used to describe every minority group ever conceived, including several that are still pending approval.
Mish Wig 2 Slug Bupku Ia E+. Can you use it in a sentence?
You are not a member of the Maywig 2 Slug QQEA plus community, therefore we will not be hiring you for this position.
Therefore, we will not be hiring you.
Me Wig 2 Slug Baku Ea plus. M M I W
There you go.
G
Wait.
2
WG.
S L G B
I love the
T.
Who Wants
He
to Be a
lost me.
Millionaire music.
Q
Right.
Q I A plus.
That is correct. You are this year's National Spelling Bee Champion. Congratulations.
Who
That's
made this?
hilarious.
I don't know who made it. Dom Luke Ray is who put it up there, but that was the only place
That was
I
in
could
high
find
school.
to grab it.
I want to feel like someone should do Steiner math with Fat JD.
Yeah,
That
but
would-
Steiner math works out though.
That's why it would be working on a couple levels there, man. He's a finance guy. He knows how to do that.
Yeah, that's what everybody. Oh man, I love my memes that financially work out, like the math all checks.
Yeah, but if you have Fat JD saying it the way Steiner did, a lot of people wouldn't think it would work out fine. But some people know who have very smart partners that the math checks out.
So did anybody actually catch what's the MMIW is for?
Yeah, it's murdered and missing indigenous women and girls.
Oh, that's right. They added
Right.
recently, didn't they?
Yeah.
So again,
Is
Comfortable
that,
Smug had a great comment on it. It shouldn't have been MMIG. It should have been MMIWC. Modern men in women's clothing.
What is this?
It's so funny though, because they're starting to do that thing they do where they add things that are not sexualities, just like to the flag, where they added brown for like brown people, but so far like everything was about a sexuality, and then they're like, and brown is now a sexuality, and now autism is a sexuality. They put that on the flag.
Wait, they
And
did
now-
what?
Yes.
If you're murdered, now you're gay.
And now if you're murdered, you're part of the sexuality acronym.
Yeah.
What? Murdered or missing? That's on there now. That's not a sexuality. What
It's
are you
n-
doing?
If you're missing, we're just going to assume you're getting SA'd.
You're gay. If you
Murdered
were
or
gay,
miss-
you would have gone missing.
There's
Yeah.
there's only one acronym that ever really should be shared, and that's no, ma'am. The National Organization of Men Against Amazonian Masterhood from Married with Children.
But yeah, some chick in Canada just casually threw that one out there. We're adding this now.
Yeah, they've been doing that for a while, unfortunately.
At least they didn't include like Two Spirit.
They
They
did.
did.
They did.
Didn't they?
No, there's another like weird, like it's not too. What is the weird thing that they added? Even like they added a new like two people complained that Two Spirit wasn't enough for the native queer groups that had possibly formed, and they added another one, and I can't even keep track of it. I know that I pulled up once New York City's like form where you could self-identify and check, and it had like 38 options for
Well,
your.
that's down from the 72 that they used to claim.
It's just getting ridiculous.
It is.
But
It got ridiculous the second we got past man and woman and maybe straight and gay.
Oh gosh, I'm just looking at the acronym and how long it is.
did we have a couple super chats that we need to get to? Probably did you get them all?
I think there was one that we needed to get to. No, there's a couple. Jim WTX for $10 says, "This is my payment in full for my earlier Irish accent request for Mad."
What?
What did he request from you, Mad?
I don't know. This is the first I'm
Jim.
hearing of it.
Jim, type it in chat and Mad will read it in his Irish accent.
What? Hold on now.
Yeah.
Yes, now.
Deadman for $4.99 says, "I still like Alex Jones in some capacity, but he's still a nutter."
No, I mean, I
can be
I like him.
entertaining, but
Yeah, he's very entertaining.
Yeah.
I've always thought he was a nut.
calling for the 25th was a bit over the line for stupid stuff. Who are we gonna get? Sydney.
I don't always watch YouTube for politics.
Nay.
That's a good one. Now, you know, some of the Bryce Dallas Howard ones are also good. Don't forget that you have those available.
Yes, I know they're available.
Why
Parrot
are
Head,
you against Bryce Dallas Howard? I'm just saying.
because I've given my reasons many times. Parrot Head for $2. They're all mad-tarded individuals.
Fair.
We'll give that one a true retard.
You want to hear me say
Is
something
it over?
smart for once?
It keeps freezing for me, so.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got to re-upload these, I think. So that catches us up on supers. Are there any memes out there, Jed?
Let's check if we've been.
While he's looking for that, Keri, was there anything else you wanted to discuss since you were in for
No.
guest spot?
You were talking about Alex Jones and Nutter is I was trying to remember what's that old commercial? It's like sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes
That's
Sometimes
Almond
you
Joy
Almond
and
Joy
Mounds.
Mounds.
Yes, yes.
Because
There's something like that in my head whenever somebody checks in. Keri, would you like to add something? It's like I feel like chicken tonight.
shake and bake.
I have nothing.
Shake and bake,
intelligent
baby.
to add.
Woo!
Did he ever put in what you were supposed to say?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, it was a couple of weeks ago from during the after show.
Oh, was it?
You'd have to type it out because we don't remember what it was.
Oh man.
Was there anything out there, Chad?
There's one, and it's not so much a meme as it is from Release the McCracken. He did let me share it. I guess this must have gone back to the earlier in the show when we were making a joke about a certain other streamer.
Oh yeah.
So
I think he sent me that last night, or maybe this morning.
So
Yep,
yeah, that's a thing going on.
it is a thing going on. Keri, what do you got coming up?
Well, if you're in Texas, I'm going to be doing. I want to look more into this Encore, this power line thing that's happening, and I want to cover that this week. I know it's kind of a local issue, but they're putting up these. They want to put up these huge power lines, and they're going to be cutting across lots of farmland and lots of people's private property and ranches and stuff. And I'm not just talking about normal power lines. I'm talking about the ones that look like from some futuristic movie, and basically destroying people's farmland and ranch land that's been in their families for generations, but like bisecting them with these power lines for the rest of the state. So it's for the benefit of carrying power to the cities. You know what I mean? It's sort of like eminent domain a little bit, like they're just
Yeah.
coming in and doing this. So,
Right.
and it's affecting all these different counties: Travis County, Bell County, Williamson County. So yeah, I'm gonna cover that sometime this week. We'll see when.
It seems so weird to me that, especially in a state like Texas, we're still doing like power lines above ground instead of burying everything. You have tornadoes and hurricanes and everything else in Texas. You would think, hey, let's get everything buried. And then it's not like, completely invasive on some guy's ranch land. They don't have to build
Right,
whole
but how are
enclosure
we gonna
around
know
it.
that it's there though if we can't see it?
Well, you keep track of where you bury the lines.
Mm. Then what? Dig it up every time you want to make sure it's still there.
The only reason you would need to dig it up is if there was a problem.
Well, they have to get state approval, and I think that there seems to be this resistance mounting. So hopefully we can say no to this. Hopefully we can make them amend the plans, or at least where they put the routes, so that they're not cutting through people's private
Yeah.
property. But it's for these 765,000 volt lines. Have you
Hopefully,
seen?
they're more against that than they are the massive amount of mosques that are getting approved in Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what
Uh,
today's sermon was about at my church, just quickly? How we need to take back the cities. It was a great sermon. It was like, a lot of Christians in the 20th century sort of retreated from the cities and the wickedness of the cities and left the culture making to the pagans, and how that's not what the early apostles did. That's not what early evangelists did. They went into the cities, they went into Athens, they went into Rome, they made a case, they made an argument. And it was sort of like, if we, as the church, has abandoned the cities to the pagan culture, all of that wickedness eventually escapes the cities and trickles down to the rural areas anyway. It ends
Keri,
in
I'm
near
literally
schools.
right here.
You're the wicked pagan. That's not what I meant.
You
No,
had your time.
I meant
You had your
secular. I meant like woke religion and stuff. Now you've got
I'm
people in
just
rural
teasing
Texas who don't even know what a woman is. Like in little small towns, it's trickled down, and so it's sort of like, no, we have to go. We have to create the culture. You can't just abandon it to the secular world and to the pagans. Like Comix division.
Well, yeah, that goes back
Division.
to
Well, it's so
Jesus
funny
telling.
because I keep, it's been radio silence with the whole pagan thing for a number of years, and suddenly people are bringing it back. I'm like, what the hell does it have to do with us?
You
We
might
just want to be left alone.
you might be a pagan, but you carpool with the Christians. Come on,
Yeah.
you're in our car.
you carpool with the Christians.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I've never had a problem with Christians, despite not being one.
Yeah.
It's just that, and trust me, I've known a few that it's like, oh, the Christians. I'm like, okay. It's like the funny thing is that very people that pretend they're so
Pious?
no, not pious. It's like the whole thing with the oh, look how awesome and accepting we are, but God forbid you're a Christian. Oh my God, then we'll judge
Oh,
you.
yeah.
It's like,
No.
I had a friend. She made this one comment, and I just made the comment back to her. It's like, yeah, it's kind of funny how all these people pretending to be accepting, right over her head.
Yeah. Yeah.
Keyword pretending. Mad, were you going to mention the Great Commission?
No,
You said, as Jesus said.
no,
Oh, it's gone. Moments
yeah, it's
past.
gone.
Crazy Cat Guy for $25 on YouTube. Thank you very much. Says, really enjoy the stream. Thanks to Comix for calling my attention to it a while back. Here's some coin. Spend it on stuff. It will become bourbon. Thank you.
Right on, dude. It's good seeing you, Crazy Cat Guy.
And we'll give you Bryce Dallas Howard, I guess.
That's a win for
I have a ton
everybody.
of
And then
I'm sorry that AI image is way more attractive than Bryce Dallas Howard.
I reject your premise. Bryce Dallas
Definitely
Howard
is.
is quality.
He does have some cake.
Dead Man. Yeah.
I'm about to involve Keri in this discussion because I think she will acknowledge Bryce Dallas Howard, an attractive woman.
Dead Man for $4.99 says, Comix, I can't take credit for this. Someone in F&T said, Dobby's country controls the U.S.
Okay.
Dobby's a house elf, so that doesn't make sense.
You know what that means.
I think, or were they referring to Gringotts? Because that's a different
Yeah,
race.
I thought it was the
in
goblins.
Harry Potter.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about
Chad
Harry Potter,
wanted-
so I have no idea what it means. I was just saying that to be
this.
cool.
I like.
Mad's on fire.
Yeah, that was Kate Upton, who was Sydney Sweeney version 1.0.
And with 17 months of membership, that goes all the way back to the beginning. Not sure on topic, but I think Christian churches need to be way more supportive of masculine, feminine beauty and logistics, re dating and families.
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of where the trad wife thing goes a little bit, but it's also the trad wife thing has been kind of commandeered by weird things as well.
Well, it's not
everything's getting commandeered these days. That's the thing that's so annoying about all this.
I mean, have you seen that in the churches around you, Keri? Are there still like your church? How's that working down there?
What do you mean?
Like, because I think you're at a smaller one, right? Kind of one that's a little more independent and kind of moves around its own stuff.
Yeah, I'm at an amazing church called Church on the Square in Georgetown, Texas, and we do men's groups and women's groups. We had we read books together and then we talk about them. So like today after church we had a women's group and we were talking about developing patience, and a lot of what we do is like how to be better, like how to grow in our marriage, like how to be a more faithful servant of God as a wife, as a mother, for the mothers in the group, like. And there's women of different ages, so it's it's great to have people of all different ages, like helping each other with different stages of life. Like, oh, I've been through that thing you're going through, or I don't know if I'm answering your question.
Is there a specific talk about masculine and feminine?
Yes.
And
Well,
roles and masculinity not being toxic, that kind of stuff, like true masculinity, those kinds of things.
Well, the men's group, like they were just reading this book called "It's Good to Be a Man," which is all about that and about the war on masculinity, and then I forget the one they're reading now, but it's something similar. It's about leadership and in this fallen world, and the women's books tend to be more on domesticity and stuff. What I have found is that the stuff that's out there online is really different than like you guys said. All this stuff online about like quote unquote trad wife stuff, like none of those people were actually trad wives. Like they're all like online kind of like
Instagram
grifters.
influencers.
Yeah, they're influencers that making money and they're wearing a costume. But like I know what I would call more traditional kind of wives and mothers from my church.
Stay-at-home moms.
Yeah, and they're amazing, wonderful people, and they don't have some Instagram where they put it on like a costume. Like that's just what they do. This one girl, she makes the best. She makes like cinnamon. She makes these cinnamon buns that are delicious, and they make Cinnabon seem trite and terrible. Like she's always making the best desserts and brings them to church. I don't know. She's an amazing baker, but they do that. This is just part of what they do. It's not like a brand or something.
All right, now here's a random question.
Okay.
Is this group of women at the church still super into true crime?
Some of them. I am. Well, I mean, I probably
because that is my experience. That like if you get a nice happily married wife, she is obsessed with true crime stuff.
Well, yeah, that's my obsession. You guys probably know that, but
it's like they fall into two different categories. Either the women go for the morning glory milking farm or true crime.
Yeah.
No, so the girlfriend gets
or the true crime.
The girlfriend gets discovered Korean reality show, like dating reality shows. That's her new thing.
No, I can't. No, that's probably better. She's probably more well adjusted than the true crime addict like myself.
And I say that because there is an interesting, and I'm going to circle it and connect them. My wife watched it was like a documentary show about it was a trad influencer mom who ended up like convincing herself that her children were demonically possessed and tried to like exorcise them. Yeah. And like it was the most disturbing. Like she ran a YouTube channel where she was like, "Look at me." And in this documentary, they showed all the outtakes of her recording like her trad life videos, where she would like in between takes yell at her kids and do all this stuff, all to create this perfect trad wife like image.
Katie Portered her household.
Yes, but Brahma, this was like horrible what she ended up doing.
A lot of them are abusive.
Yeah,
like, very abusive people.
Yeah, she ended up getting sucked into some random woman's like sect where she thought that this lady convinced her to leave her husband and that her children were possessed by demons, and that she had to like starve them and keep them chained up in her house. It was terrible what she did.
Well, okay, so Jody Hildebrandt has done that to a lot of Mormon families, like torn them apart, encouraged divorce, all of that. And then Ruby Frankie was like her biggest fish that she ever caught, because Ruby Frankie had the very popular YouTube channel. But this is a lot. There's a lot of these stories in the Mormon Church. I'm not saying it's because they're Mormon. I mean, obviously, just now you've got that guy who's a Christian, not Mormon, Christian, who killed his wife, the American Idol contestant. His trial is supposed to start in a couple months, and he was a worship leader at his church. So it doesn't just happen in the Mormon Church. It's just there's a lot of the high-profile ones in the Mormon Church. You've got the Ruby
That
Frankie,
church is very
Jody
controlling in
Hildebrandt,
and of itself.
the Daybells, Lori, that also thought their kids were demonically possessed, also murdered the children.
Well, Keri, I know you're being very polite. Mormon is cult adjacent at best. And it is.
I had a professor there once referred to them as the cult that made it.
Yeah, they are. I mean, if you look at it, they are 100% the most successful cult of the 19th century.
I think so. I know people will get mad.
And Mad, they came out of a certain area of the country, right? What was that area?
Did. What, like the Montana? Well, there was Beaver Island.
Where, wasn't it a part of New York that is?
Oh, the burned over district. No, I don't think they actually came out of the burned over district.
I thought they came out of Missouri, and they end up
they moved around a lot.
Flee Missouri to they found the promised land of Utah. Yeah.
Well, no, there was a couple other promised land candidates before Joseph Smith died, and then Brigham Young led them to the promised land that was Utah, and then he married promptly 90% of the women that went there, which is why the surname Young is super common in Utah, because he had prolific amounts of children with his multiple plural wives, including which would lead to Steve Young, who is a direct descendant of Brigham Young. So.
Mad. Here's Jim's text chat that he wants you to read in your best Irish accent.
Okay, where is it? This is
on the
wait.
screen.
He wants me to say, okay, I would like to hear Matt read this chat in his best Irish accent.
That's the only thing I've seen him write since. So yes.
Okay. Clover. Clover. Okay, I would like to hear Matt read this chat in his best Irish accent.
Yeah, that's like a cross between Australian and New Zealand.
No.
Yeah, that's 2 for 1, bro.
That is Mads trying to slip into Leonardo DiCaprio from Blood Diamond and fighting against it, but not quite getting there. It's because everything ends up going there.
Yep,
as it should.
The only one that Mad can sustain for a good amount of time would be the Pope's Exorcist. That one is basically his Mario, and so it works perfectly fine. By the way, with the new Mario movie, that would be a good spot for your, a follow-up Mario redo.
So Keri's outro was 20 minutes.
I'm so sorry. Oh, no.
Not you. It wasn't you. We just all started talking. Plus, Keri, I don't know if how much you watch after the credits roll, because we go like an extra 2 hours after the credits roll, usually, me and Chad at least. So
this is the part where we move on to random topics, whatever we feel like, and not just
whatever,
politics.
which we can just continue.
Totally different than what we're doing now.
Yeah.
No, this is kind of rolled right into it. We're at the marker where we would do it. I just really needed to bring up
still politics.
It is interesting because my wife has started going to she found a new church that she liked. And she was like, well, I wanted to find one that was, like accepting. And I looked at her and be like, accepting of what? And she was like, well, for people if they're gay. And I was like, why? And she's like, well, because I was like, so you remember that the rules are like, being tolerant of something isn't being accepting of something. And we shouldn't really try to blur that. And she's like, yeah, I get it. And because she's like, I still got to work out she's she's a 90s girl who grew up where, so like Keri in her name, I have to working to deprogram some of those tendencies because she's like, she really wants to. And then I just always have to go, and where does it end? Because it's like, because she's like, well, we should accept it and do it. It's like, okay, if we do that, where does it end?
Loving people is not the same as going against what God tells us about sin and telling them that God said something he didn't say. And one of the best people I heard speak to this topic was Allie Beth Stuckey. So I would recommend listening to Allie Beth on some of this because I really like the way she explained that, we have this tendency as humans where we kind of want to be like, oh, I'm more loving than God is. Like, I know God said this.
Whatever.
Do you know what I mean? Where it's like,
That's,
but
yeah.
you don't agree with that. But she was
No,
kind of
no. I'm agreeing with what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying that's just kind of
where that tendency to say, well, God said this is a sin, but I think God's just not loving enough here on this, like I am. And I
He's
think
being too judgy.
exactly. And
Yeah.
so she was like, you kind of have to get over that thing where you sort of want to be liked and you want to be like I have a lot of friends who are what's the new acronym? MMORGPTQ LGBT plus
MMO.
2A.
Nailed it.
And I have a MMORPG. Yeah, I have a lot of those friends. And but like if we have conversations where they ask me to tell them the truth about what I believe about what God says about sin, like I will tell them the truth because I love them. But I don't treat them differently. I'm not like harping on what God says about their sin. I have my own sin. There's so many other sins that are, at least for me right now, I'm more compelled to talk about how they're destroying society. Like pornography is a huge one. Even with kids having access to porn and stuff. So it's sort of like anyway, I'm rambling now. But I would say listen to Allie Beth if that's something that's coming up, and for anybody listening who has somebody who's struggling with that sort of like, I love this person in my life and I want to go to a church that's like quote unquote accepting of them. There's a difference between loving and lying to people.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I guess
he's been on this show. We are all good friends with Mike Harlow. Do I agree with his lifestyle? No. But
Wait, what's his lifestyle?
gay.
He's like you, man.
What?
He's into men.
He's a little bit like you, yeah.
horror movies and horror
First
movie
I'm hearing of
addict.
it.
Mad, what do you got coming up this week?
Oh man, I got tomorrow. I got What the Flick premiering. Is where we watch Faithful Findings, the first Neil Breen movie. I think most of y'all saw that I put y'all through. And then Tuesday is History Interrupted, 9:15 p.m. Central, Matt's new channel. I think we're gonna be doing the Donner Party. I think that's the historical tale we will be going over. What was that?
Hitting one of the big ones, huh?
Yeah, one of the big ones. Yeah, we may be doing that one. So that's on Tuesday.
Bring your snacks.
Bring your snacks. Chad, what's going on?
Might
with
be
you?
there a while. No, I got the Ascendant Art podcast coming up Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern, which Keri is always welcome on if she ever wants to come on a Friday night. Where that one's all more pop culture. And
did you see your DMs, the list of 90 songs?
Yeah, I saw. We just finished an Ultimate 90s song bracket challenge, which no one took seriously and totally blew up my bracket with the fact that Wright Said Fred, a number 16 seed, beat Baby, one more time.
Oh, I wasn't there Friday. Who won?
Oh, Smells Like Teen Spirit.
Smells Like Teen Spirit.
Oh, that's fair. I get
it was up against
Enter Sandman.
It was up
for the
against
next
Enter
decade.
Sandman. Yep. So we had that's a new fun thing because that one gets more audience participation because we can put the poll up in the chat and let them vote on each bracket challenge. So that Brahma has done his own 90s one, which is all rock.
90s
of course.
rock.
All rock.
I have mine ready to go.
And or roll.
Except for maybe one song. Steal My Sunshine doesn't really qualify.
It still falls in it always was in the rock stations.
Yeah, kind of.
Len qualifies. They're alternative rock. And so maybe Matt will be there this time and that'll be good because it's always better when Matt was there. You were missed. There were people looking for you. Culture showed up and was wondering where you were and even was like, I'm in the intro. And we made fun of him because we were like, Matt has had you in the intro for weeks and weeks, and pointed out that you haven't shown up since he put you in the intro. So, it was good stuff.
Comics, what you got coming up?
Oh, the usual. You guys can find me on my channel tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Central, where we talk about, entertainment and stuff. Same thing with Thursday. And there will be a new game Friday because I'm done playing Subaru Simulator. That game is so busted. And yeah, there will be a video coming out about that stupid game at some point.
You gonna play something good for once?
Yeah, I want to play something good. Debating on either getting back to was it Crimson Desert or just doing Neverwinter Nights. Neverwinter Nights seemed pretty popular, so I was thinking about maybe doing that again.
It's a good break to play something you like instead of always the crap.
Oh God, the game is it's awful. It's like the worst thing. I'm not gonna say it's the worst thing I've ever played, but it's up there. One of the things I was running into, Keri, is that there's these enemies coming at you, and there's like an auto locking system. So you auto lock onto a target, and you have like no control. So there's times where they'll group up, and it will auto lock on the last guy behind everybody, and you swing and miss everything, and it is frustrating. Or you start swinging between two characters, not able to hit a damn thing. It is just, it's awful. So I did that for 2 hours on Friday, and I'm never doing it again.
It doesn't sound fun.
No, it was rather frustrating. I rage quit this game like twice. It was pretty bad.
As for me, I will be on all of the shows that were just listed. And Saturday, we've got Bourbon and Boarding. The hockey playoffs start on Saturday. If you watch throughout the week, as soon as the standings are set, we are going to be sending out community posts on me and 70s Rock Fans channels for the bracket challenge. So if you want to participate in the bracket challenge, watch for that community post and then go sign up. And we will be covering that throughout the playoffs, who's winning. And we might even do a bracket for the chat again, like we've done for past years. Problem is, there will already be games played by the time we are able to do it Saturday. So then we've got the bullpen coming up again next Sunday, and we'll be doing the same thing. So you guys know how this works. Stick around through the credits, and we will keep going. We might have a few people drop, but me and Chad will be going for a little while. So here's your credits.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess Keri and I, we're just going to leave.
I said we might have a few people drop. I didn't say you had to.
You don't have to if you want. The after show
Stick
is
around as long as you want.
I don't know, man. Now I don't feel like it.
I have to get an
All
electrolyte.
right, fine.
As we all get quiet.
Well, it's playing the song.
What are you talking about? I muted it.
I was closing out
Same.
another one. 3 hours deep,
That was a
but we're
smart
not
idea. I
done.
just remembered to hit the mute button.
It helps. It certainly helps.
Well, Eric, I would like to stay, but I don't know if I'm
Cover the
welcome.
bills, the votes, the mess. Political
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say
theater at its
something?
best, I
Man, as always.
guess. Chat was
You don't stick around for this. What are you still doing here?
Me?
No,
No.
he's talking to me.
Oh.
wild and takes were flying. Politicians
Comix is
out here
always
straight up
welcome, too.
like
It usually gets just late.
we broke it down. No
I gotta
filter,
go
no
to bed, so I figured I'd stay around through the credits and then ditch out.
spin. That's how the
Nothing wrong with
bullpen's
that.
always been. Bullpens out.
Because
We said what we said. No to Lulu.
Pretty much.
Take spraying truth like
someone
lead
sent a super
inside
chat during the
precision. Facts
credits.
in the
Did
clip.
they get a yeah during the credits?
Round loading knowledge we.
What's up?
I said if someone super chats during the credits, is the yeah after the credits?
Goes to the after show. Okay. Because the credits are so I can run to the restroom. It's usually needed during this time.
Indeed.
How much time is left?
We're getting a lot of people saying that it's choppy.
Yeah, I kinda noticed that too. I thought it was just us, though.
Yeah, we'll have to re-upload them.
Cutting straight through the haze, real spitting no front, ain't playing no games, lip slip and trip.
Hey, welcome to the after show.
Yep. By the way, I looked it up. I made a comment earlier. Estimate from 2015, the U.S. government has spent over $900 billion in equivalent real world money saving Matt Damon in different movies. Going from the most expensive, which was Interstellar, where it was estimated $500 billion was spent saving him.
Wow.
All the way down to Saving Private Ryan, where it was about 100,000. So, a lot of money spent saving
100,000
Matt
on a
Damon.
whole bunch of lives.
Yeah, well, that was for the payoff for the insurance for all the people who died. But
100,000?
Martian,
100,000 was the total payout for everybody who died trying to save Matt Damon's character and Saving Private
life
Ryan?
insurance wasn't that high when you were a GI. I mean, in 1940s dollars, that was probably pretty good for probably 10 grand a person.
So on the after show, how's it different from the before the after show?
Half the time it's just me and Chad talking about what we like to cook or
Okay, I thought
different
we might be able
movies
to
or
talk about
hobbies.
food.
You can talk about whatever you want on the after
Let
show.
me show you something. These are the first 2 cucumbers that we got out of our garden. Look at this.
Nice.
Careful sharing that. That looks a little.
That's a.
Isn't that awesome? No, they look like pickles. I'm gonna make pickles, but I would have to wait till we get a few more. But
yeah,
it's
if
so
your
exciting.
cucumbers will sprout for. Oh, you're gonna get a lot.
Oh, I cannot wait. You
We,
guys probably already been through all of this before.
Well, you'll get a lot if you actually get bees going to pollinate them.
We have lots of bees.
That's good.
Do you have an aviary to get the honey?
No.
No, they're just
apiary. Apiary.
No, we just see lots of bees all the
Ooh,
time.
You should
just exist.
You should look into that. That's a nice way to supplement some income, is to get some.
Yeah, if you ever need your own swarm, just get a
Apiary.
something to keep the bees in, and then I will come down and visit, and they will all come straight at me, and then we can just herd them on in. Mad has seen the way this works.
So if I want to repopulate my beehives, I just have you come by.
You have to have natural bees around that will swarm me. Yes.
Yeah.
And they will. They will swarm him.
I actually had beehives on my ranch, and I mean, technically, I still have them, I guess. There was like one of the 2 things that didn't burn. but yeah, I had them. They lasted about 6 months, and then they absconded. They just took off.
You're like, nope, we don't like this guy. We're out. Probably just means the queen flew away somewhere.
Well, that's what I think is what happened. Is initially the queen left, and I stopped getting brood. I was like, wow, what's going on here? And then usually if the queen absconds, they'll usually make another one. But I guess they just said, fuck it, we're out of here. Both hides. I had 2. So I have no idea what happened there.
That's weird.
Yeah. Or something could have killed the queen. So that's another issue too.
So how are you going to do the pickling process? You going to do paper towels soaked in vinegar, wrap them around it, then put them in aluminum foil, then let them sit for 2 weeks? Or
I was gonna do the brine that you boil and you put it in the jar with the dill, and that's how I was gonna do it. Is that not how you do it?
I don't know.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
I know there are ways that you can do it with just vinegar and paper towels. Let it sit for 2 weeks, soaking in vinegar. You wrap it in aluminum foil afterwards so that the vinegar doesn't evaporate out. And then after 2 weeks, you basically got pickles.
I think I'm gonna put them in the mason jar. I found a recipe for it. My grandma did all this stuff, man, and I never learned the way I took notes and was careful about learning. I was a kid. We helped her with everything, but we didn't really learn. We didn't help her in a way where we learned it because we thought we might need to know it one day.
Yeah.
And so
Right.
all of that knowledge, canning, pickling, all of it. I think back on all that time now. And I'm
Making
like,
jam.
yeah, making jam. My grandma did all of that. Huge garden. And so, I feel like I'm learning a lot of that now.
I mean, it's
later in
good that
life.
you're doing it.
Yeah, it is good. We're having fun. My husband is so funny. I love watching. He gets so excited about the stuff that's growing too, even more than me. I think he'll go out there like when the very first time our radishes started growing, he ran out there and was like, "They're sprouting up. In the morning." And we went, and then at 5 p.m. he went back over to that same planter box and was like, "They grew even more."
I have made life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so fun. It's like he gets excited like a little boy.
We did miss a super. Dead Man for $4.99 said Adam Krigler was not on Forbidden Frontier tonight, meaning there was a spot for comics. Yet Gary didn't ask him on. Weird. Weird. Okay, I'm done.
Okay.
He had AJ on from Y-Files tonight.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That's right. He's in Vegas right now.
Vegas.
Yeah.
Which one can we do? Here, let's see if it actually plays correctly this time, playing from here.
The bullpen thanks you
Still
for
choppy
giving.
for me.
Yeah, it's choppy for me as well. All right, gents and lady, I'm going to go ahead and drop. As always, it was good seeing you guys.
So good to
Yeah.
see you.
Thanks for
Thanks for hanging out, Colin.
Care, everyone. And
night.
yeah, bro, I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Later.
Take care, Mr. Division.
Yep. His position moved. I took Chad out instead.
That doesn't seem nice.
Yeah, it seemed fine to me. So what shall we talk about on the after show?
That's a good question.
Chad, did you see what they're trying to do to Reuben Bain?
No, what are they trying to do?
So, I think in 2024, he was in an accident. Someone died. He was driving, but they cited him for, not reckless, but what's the other one? Not reckless, but, it doesn't matter because he was actually going under the speed limit and they got rid of the citation anyways. This reporter puts it out on Twitter with his little article, making it seem as though like there was this big cover up that he killed this guy in this car wreck, and they've been covering up 2 weeks before the draft.
That's crazy. I mean, most of my sports feed has been filled with the shit about the Mike Vrabel banging that sports reporter, like
Yeah, mine
openly. Keri, have you seen this story?
No.
All right, so Mike
Keri
Vrabel,
doesn't sports ball at all.
head coach of New England Patriots, who were just in the Super Bowl, formerly head coach of the Tennessee Titans. They got pictures of him with what's her name, Diana.
I don't know.
She's a sports reporter for
Sideline reporter.
No, she does actual like reporting for, I think the New York Times owns, it's like a sports focused, outlet online. And she was just at a resort, a couples only resort in Arizona, near where the league meetings were taking place, about 100 miles away, with Mike Vrabel, this coach. They're both married.
Oh, not to each other.
Not to each other. Nope.
They were caught holding hands and being semi-intimate in public.
Yep. And it was funny because there's all sorts of clips of her like ragging on her husband. Yeah, here it goes. It's Diana Rossini, who works for The Athletic now, where she would be talking about how her husband's not hot. If he was attractive, she'd be posting about him on Instagram all the time and all this other stuff.
Yeah, she was talking about how guys will constantly, show off their wife if they're hot. And she's like, well, my husband's average, so obviously I'm not going to be putting any pictures out there. It's like, yeah, the physical thing's pretty bad, but then to also then go out and be like, yeah, my husband's average. I mean, if he was hot, then I would be showing him off.
Also, that's so stupid because it's not even like, I don't even understand that. Like you share pictures of your husband, of your spouse, because of how ecstatic you are about it and you want people to share in your joy. about it. It's the
Well,
same
if
reason
you're
you
sharing
should.
them on
That's like saying.
Instagram,
That's
as
like
a
saying
married
I.
couple, it should probably be both of you, not
It sounds like she's
Right.
sharing her
But I
joy
mean,
around.
but I mean, like it's like saying I would show pictures of my dog, except my dog is not an attractive looking dog. Like, shut up. Either you love your dog or you don't. You know, there's not a certain way your dog
Yep.
has to look. It's the same thing
So
with your spouse.
yeah, so this is the reporter, and so let's see.
I'm married to someone average. I don't post a lot about them. If I was married to someone beautiful, I'd overpost too.
Gross.
Now, this doesn't seem nice. We have put together photos of Diana's husband here for everyone to see so you can make some amends on national
not
television.
He looks like a pretty good-looking
You know
dude.
what the worst part is? He sent me a text during that segment, not watching because he actually works for a living, and he said, "Good luck today. Be great on Get Up." So the guy's got a heart of gold, and here I am on national TV killing him. Look, we're average together, but he makes me above average because he married me. So,
Oh my gosh,
so sorry. I
she's
need
awful.
to really stop killing my
By the way, why does she dress like that? She dresses like a lesbian, and her
sports reporter.
She's a
Yeah,
sports reporter.
she's professional.
and her husband should have divorced her after this.
So
Or, you know
it,
what I mean?
it wasn't just that. Like, so being in DC, I was a little more aware of it, and Mad may know this one. A couple years back, it was rumored that she was banging the GM of the Washington Commanders to get to get scoops.
Yeah,
and
it was like
during-
Comic Gate.
Yeah, and during the divorce, the soon to be ex-wife of the GM was posting about how Diana Rossini was banging him for scoops and how she's a terrible person, and they just like people ignored it until like this part came out now with Mike Vrabel. It is crazy.
How do you disrespect your spouse like that publicly to say something like that? And then, yeah, it's, I guess the moral of this, I don't know who any of these people are. Thanks for putting this in front of me. But you know, I guess it's not surprising now that you've shown me that background from 5-6 years ago where she said that stuff about her husband on air. Like, just awful. Why would you run down your spouse publicly like that? For jokes? For a laugh? Anyway.
Yep.
Yep.
Also, I just think it's funny, like the Coldplay couple that had the affair too.
Right.
You think you're gonna have an affair in 2026 and go out in public?
No way.
And people aren't gonna like. It's just kind of it's. You what do you on some level deep down? I think they're trying to blow up their marriage.
Yeah,
Well, it's
self-sabotage.
that,
Yeah.
or I mean, it's kind of that weird thing when you've got a lot of power and a lot of money. You know, I mean, I think that's what leads to the Epstein type stuff. And I think it also leads to a whole bunch of open marriages because a whole bunch of women are typically fine with their guy running around on them as long as they're bringing in the paycheck still in the multi-millions a year type thing.
Ugh.
But I think that's exactly what leads to the Epstein type stuff. When you've got so much power and so much money that nothing gives you an adrenaline rush, then you start going to the taboos.
Oh yeah, when you're in what not in game, what's it called? In
know.
video games?
In game?
Is it in game? Yeah.
You're in the end game now.
Late game, the end game, yeah.
Oh, did we didn't cover it, but did you see the Sabrina Carpenter clip where she's getting canceled now because of Coachella and what she did there?
Oh, I just saw that. I didn't know who she was, but I just saw that
I
clip.
still don't.
So she was playing piano. I don't know who she is, but she was playing
Some
piano.
Disney chick.
And then
She's
somebody
like
in the
one
audience
of the biggest
started going,
artists in the country right now.
oh, well,
Yeah,
I
she's
don't know
also
what the
kind
kids
of
are
a
into,
hoe.
but she was
Faux
playing
show.
piano, and then you can play the clip, but somebody in the audience starts doing like that. It's not a yodel. It
The
got
Xena,
called a
the warrior
yodel.
princess
Yeah,
stream.
they start doing this kind of play it. It sounds like a Middle Eastern kind of yell.
Right.
And so she's like, what is she sort of laughs like, what's going on? And now the leftists are dragging her. They said she's
Is that what you're doing? I don't like it.
I don't like it.
It's my culture, the woman.
Yeah, she yelled out, "It's my culture."
Well, it's my concert.
That's your culture, is yodeling? Is this Burning Man? What's going on? This is weird.
That's a bad joke.
You know,
Makes no sense.
Yeah, but so she is now getting the full wrath because Sabrina Carpenter is in the full like it has to be like of the moment camp, like Ronan Chapel and all that, appealing to all the
Chapel Roan,
whatever her name is.
Ronan Chapel.
I don't know, the Pink Pony Club chick who is making a song about becoming a hooker at a strip club, and why is her mom upset? Of course, every time it comes on the radio, my wife starts humming along with it, and I was like, I'm on her mom's side. Think about it.
So does my daughter, and my daughter is like, it's not a strip club. It's like,
It is 100% a strip club.
She's a strip club where she's wearing her high heels and dancing at the Pink Pony Club. And the nights where the drag guys are there is just a normal thing at some strip clubs.
100%. And then her poor mother, I mean, if this was an Italian family, she'd be like, why do you go to the club and dance around like a hua? You can't stop doing it. I didn't raise you to be one. And she writes a whole song about it. You're like, I'm sorry, Mom, you raised me to have values, but I'm going to go, dance at the club and be a hooker.
Eric, we did say that Britney Spears was a Disney chick. She grew up on Disney and then had to get rid of that image when she became a singer. That's the same thing Sabrina Carpenter's doing. Everybody pointed out when the Disney kids got to an age where they then had to sexualize themselves to separate from their Disney image.
I mean, Zendaya did it. Britney did it.
Christina Aguilera did it.
Well, I'm trying to remember. Well, Jennifer
Timberlake did it.
Jennifer Love Hewitt was on Kids Incorporated, which was a Canadian show. So do we still count that?
Gosling was in that, wasn't he?
No, Gosling was also in the
Mickey Mouse Club?
The Mickey Mouse Club.
Okay.
Along with Timberlake.
But yes, Kids Incorporated was played on the Disney Premium Channel back in the old cable days. So
I thought it was on Nickelodeon, wasn't it?
Nope.
I feel like it was.
Don't think so. Kids Incorporated was
because Fergie was on that one, and then she became a meth addict, and then she became a singer for Black Eyed Peas, and then she peed on stage, which was weird.
What?
You never seen that clip? She was doing a concert.
Cool, I don't.
She was doing a concert, and I guess she couldn't make it. They didn't have time for a break, so she just couldn't make it to the backstage, and so she peed her
Russell
pants.
and Annette Funicello were like 30 years before this trend, where it was kid actors on kid shows. They were in movies.
So this girl Sabrina has since apologized
Of course.
for offending. Here, let me read this to you. Sabrina Carpenter apologizes for mocking Arabic call at Coachella. Oh my gosh. The singer Sabrina Carpenter has apologized for mistaking a fan's zagruta, a high-pitched ululation used
Ululation.
I can't say it. Say it again.
Ululation.
I can't pronounce that. Used in some Arab cultures to express deep joy for a yodel, for mispronouncing it or mistaking it for a yodel and calling it weird during her headline performance. My apologies. I didn't see this person with my eyes and I could not hear clearly. So if it had been a yodel, it's fine that she said she didn't like it, but because it's this other thing, zagrauta, then it's not okay.
I'm sorry, if you're going Xena Warrior Princess during the concert, during the silent time, you are just trying to call attention to yourself, and it's probably not expected by anybody at the concert that you're Xena Warrior Princessing out. This whole thing brings me actually to something that I've got a video for that I was going to wait for Comix' show tomorrow, but we can talk about it tonight. So my daughter was here, so she has Disney Plus, so she logged it into our TVs so that we could so that the grandbaby could watch a little bit of Bluey. But they kept having commercials, and the commercials were for Hannah Montana's 20th anniversary special. And let me bring this in. I want you to notice who's in this as the host and executive producer of the Hannah Montana special.
Keri? Oh, wait, wrong window.
Huh?
Sorry, I looked over. And
First, so this is on Disney, the channel.
Good to be home.
These are the advertisements. We all know Miley's probably not Disney safe anymore.
I'm pretty sure this is only on Disney Plus.
Right, that's what I said.
Yeah.
My
What
daughter
is-
logged us
So
in.
many shared memories. We actually grew up together.
I hear heels and they're not mine. What Disney boy did you have?
Did you catch who that is?
No. On the left, who is that?
Who's going to be interviewing Hannah Montana, Miley Cyrus for the Disney Channel,
I can't
Little
see.
Kids Channel?
I have no idea.
Is it
Alex Cooper from the Call Her Daddy podcast.
Oh, God.
The one that is all about skeezy sex things with chicks. The one that Kamala Harris went on.
Oh, gosh.
That's who they think are two representatives that should be doing things in front of your kids, having conversations.
Wow.
And she's the executive producer.
Get the tea kettle.
This is the chick who Nikki Glazer was just on with this week.
Yeah.
We've been seeing all the clips going out about Nikki Glazer being fine with her husband going and screwing whoever he can find as long as he comes back and tells her the stories about it, because that gets Nikki Glazer hot.
Ugh.
I think it's Nikki Glazer. That's the female comedian, right?
Yes.
Comedian. Yeah, the blonde. So, yeah, that's what Disney has as their ads in between episodes of Bluey. They've got the Call Her Daddy chick with Miley Cyrus. That's what they're advertising in between episodes of Bluey. Crazy. That's how degenerate Disney is.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter whether they say anything that's degenerate during that interview. The whole point is, these are the people you're uplifting as, you know, somebody your kids should definitely go look up. Go look up Alex Cooper. Find her Call Her Daddy, you know, podcast. Because there's going to be a lot of people that are watching the Hannah Montana 20th anniversary special that are going to be in their tweens and teens. And they're going to want to know who the chick interviewing Miley Cyrus is. I never watched it. It was way before me. I don't even think my daughters watched it. But I did see that, and I had immediately, my daughter's sitting in there with me, and I was like, the commercial comes on, and I was like, did Disney just have the Call Her Daddy chick on that commercial? And she was like, yeah. I was like, why?
From this very adult show. That, yeah. I
Yes,
hear what
that
you're
is
saying.
literally
Yeah.
almost 100% concentrated on sex from the female perspective, and not in a way that is anything that would be, you know, healthy for females.
It's the what our friend
It's
Mike
a
Harlow
smutcast.
talks about. Yeah, it's the smut. It's doing to women what has been done to what afflicts gay culture, a lot of gay male culture, which is this sort of smutification and
Lots of sex is
slutification.
empowerment, like Austin
Yeah.
once said. Yeah. So I don't think anybody in our little, you know, sphere of YouTube is probably privy to this, because they probably don't sit there and watch Bluey and see the commercials. But I'm going to be breaking that one on well, we broke it here, but we'll break it on Comix Division tomorrow for his actual entertainment show. But I think that's insane. Not hearing a lot from Chad or Mad. Maybe they don't care, but I that's
I mean, I
insane
don't know.
to me.
The Hannah Montana. I mean, Miley Cyrus has been how do I put this delicately?
A hoe for 20 years.
A hoe for show for a long time.
She was a hoe.
The
for
most
show.
interesting thing I've seen lately involving Miley was just she was part of a montage of a video I saw about where it's pointing out about all these women who got completely tatted up when they're very young are starting to have lots and lots of regrets of realizing that these tattoos stay on you forever, and maybe you didn't want to get that thing tattooed on you. And Miley Cyrus was in the clip and they were talking and she goes, this one was my bulldog. I got it when I was like 18. She's like, looking back, maybe I didn't want to have my bulldog tattooed on me, but yeah.
I don't even remember the dog's name.
Yeah, I don't want to live. I mean, there is something where it would be great if younger people were more educated about permanent consequences before. I mean, it's hard because
especially in the age of the internet.
Yeah.
I mean, there's one thing getting a tattoo on your body. You can maybe get it erased. Once it's out on the internet, it's out there forever. Somebody will find it.
Yep. So I don't know. Keri, what do you think, like, from the female perspective, like, where are you at with, do you think there's any lessening of the pressure on, like, the younger women, like, at all? Have we seen any headway from, like, Brahma's pointing out with all this stuff being thrown at them, like?
No, I'm just looking at this article about Nikki Glazer because you said she was on that Call Me Daddy podcast talking about her open relationship, and it's so depressing the stuff she says about her relationship, and to think that that's what young girls, that's what the left, that's what this modern, when Comix was on, and I was talking about paganism, but basically anything that's not Christian, this sort of secular world religion, this secular leftist religion that's thrust upon young women is so depressing, and it's just so without meaning and so valueless, as if you are worth nothing. There's nothing sacred in it. This article, Nikki Glazer is talking about her boyfriend, on again, off again boyfriend, and how she's fine with loaning him to friends like a sweater, like, don't stretch it out, just give it back to me. But okay with
But
him
she also
having,
wants to hear the details.
yes, and then also saying, but if he wants to be with one of them, like, then go be with them. Then we're breaking up because I want you to, do crossword puzzles and watch TV with me. That's our thing. And it's sort of like, but all these girls, sometimes I go to Reddit to see the state of the modern world.
Ew.
And it is depressing. There are so many forums with young women who are just devastated, younger and younger women too, who are like, they don't know how to cope, and they don't believe. A lot of them are not believers because modern leftism has said believing in God is, you're sort of inoculated against it as if it's something stupid people do, and there's no truth, and so they think they know what that's about, and they don't want any part of that, and they've bought into this whole modern idea of sex and relationships. Like, you can take things like a cafeteria kind of, you could have this in your relationship and this, and but he could go have sex with other women, and that's gonna
Like
be
a
fine.
buffet.
Yeah, like a buffet. It's so dumb, and so all these
Your
women are
body
in there
count
like,
doesn't matter.
yeah, and they're like, their relationships are in ruin. A lot of them have no sex life to report with their loved one because their boyfriend or husband, in some cases, has erectile dysfunction because he watches so much porn that he can't have sex with them. There's young women in there talking about their boyfriend or husband in his 20s, and they're like, he can't function normally. But he will go in the bathroom with his phone all the time and please himself, but he can't be with a person. And then the crazy thing is, they're in there flailing about and like, what do I do? And then while they're flailing about and just sharing these devastating stories of no connection with the person they're supposed to be connecting with, then they will put in their posts, but I don't mean to kink shame. And, like,
Yep.
it's so
Right.
depressing because the religion they are in has told them there's something wrong. Like, don't make a judgment about whatever kind of porn your boyfriend's into. And
Don't
so
pay attention to any of the
don't pay,
vows you guys made
yes,
to each other.
yes. And so they'll be in there like, and some of them even are like, I found out my husband's been watching tranny porn, and no wonder he doesn't want to have sex with me. But I don't mean to shame the LGBT MMORPG community, and like they're like,
No,
they're
that likely
dealing.
means he's gone so deep into the porn hole that
Yeah,
normal chicks don't do anything for him anymore,
exactly.
and he's got to find something kinkier and kinkier and kinkier.
Yes, and so they don't know how to deal with. And the crazy thing about Reddit is, so you've got all these people dealing with the wreckage of relationships, and
And then you'll have a porn link in there.
they'll be, but the leftist religion has given them no tools for how to repair the wreckage of these broken relationships, and nothing. They have no guide map.
Everything
And
goes.
everything goes. And if you dare in Reddit, if you dare say and try to point them towards the Bible or towards something that might help them, you'll get banned from the forum because you can't talk about Jesus. It's like, wow, it's kind of crazy. I know it's a bit of a
Yeah.
ramble, but I think it's.
No,
I think people are hurting.
I'll occasionally go on Reddit just to look at the conservative, thing, and it'll be somebody makes a topic that's conservative in the subreddit, and then it's just thousands of comments telling you why you're wrong. No other conservatives are sticking up for anybody or what was said. They may upvote it, but it's
Yeah.
just thousands of leftists making
Yeah.
comments about how you're a freaking idiot.
How you're an idiot. Yeah, and it's like they're suffering and they want help, but they don't want help from you because you're a crazy conservative Republican.
Yeah, they don't want to get in
bigot.
trouble.
Yeah, and it's just I feel bad for them. Even though they're completely misguided, I feel bad for them. One other quick thing I'll say, I do watch a lot of true crime. One of my favorite true crime podcasts is the host is a millennial, and she is hilarious because I love the way she tells the story of these different true crime cases, but she will, if the crime involves anything to do with some kind of sexual perversion, if anything else, she will pass judgment all the time. She'll say, this is the most disgusting, this person belongs in prison, she'll pass judgment on people who commit these violent crimes. But like there was one where this guy, I think it was in Germany. It was some foreign country, but it involved this sexual paraphilia, and he was doing amputations on people and keeping the body parts and doing all
Oh,
this
good Lord.
stuff.
Yeah, the guy who basically
And-
posted on Craigslist, "Can I cut off parts of your body?" Because
Yeah.
that's your fetish, and my fetish is actually
Yes.
cutting off parts of your body.
Yeah, and so she was talking about one of these guys who did this, and in the middle of it, she's a millennial, so she will, whenever there's a sexual fetish involved, she'll even, it doesn't matter how atrocious or disgusting, it's programmed in her to say, I mean, to
Not to
each
kink
their
shame.
own, and I don't mean to kink shame, but, and you're like, what? I think you can shame. I think it's okay to have judgment about this, but they have programmed
But
this
these
into
are the
young
same people who literally think you should cut off your breasts.
Yeah, that's true. And they'll say, I don't mean to judge.
I mean, where I don't know. So apparently this is blowing up on Twitter, and everybody's trying to attack Trump over it, saying that he's calling himself Jesus. From what I can tell,
What is this?
it's something that Trump supposedly truth socialed.
Oh, he
but
did.
there's no record of it that I saw.
I'm pretty sure he did.
Is there a community note on it?
No, but Grok says no, Trump did not post it. It's a fabricated screenshot. So that's going to be blowing up in the morning because it's going crazy right now on Twitter. So since we try to be ahead of the game, that's going to be the big talking point.
No,
for the
he
next
did
couple
post
days.
it. I'm on his Truth Social right now. It was from 3 hours ago.
And who is that man in the hospital bed?
No idea.
Here, I'm just going to...
Thoughts?
Well, I don't like it. Don't like it.
Oh.
I'm trying to remove mine so I can put yours in.
It's the good Trump, bad Trump. You're like, yeah, I mean, he's done all these great things. Why, Trump? Why?
So yeah,
Why?
right here, 3 hours ago, Donald Trump.
It's as if he wants to play on a more difficult level. You know what I mean? Like he is choosing to play on legendary for the shit. You know what I mean? Because
Now I'm going to say what the auto backup of Trump is going to be. The auto backup for Trump will be people saying, well, Trump says that he believes that because he survived Butler, that he's acting on behalf of God, and even the disciples healed in Jesus' name.
Well, it's actually it's not even as he's been getting into a slap fight with the Pope.
I know.
And this is him continuing
This is him
to mock
smacking
the Pope
around.
Yes.
Michael Knowles already made a thing about it, claiming, you can't put that out there. You need to delete it immediately because, you can't go after the Pope. And it's like, yeah, you can.
Yeah,
Non-Catholics can go after the Pope left and right because the Pope has a ton of bad takes. But just so that we're on top of the news of what's coming up for the week, that's what's going to hit Monday everywhere on every single Republican conservative talk show.
Oh gosh, Trump.
See, I just don't. How do I mean,
I don't have a problem with him mocking the Pope in that way. I think
Is that what he's doing? Is he mocking?
Yeah,
the Pope?
he's using it.
He's trying to get a rise out of the Pope because the Pope has been calling him out on Iran and other things, and they've been in a Twitter fight for a day or two.
I get why
this is Trump doing Trump things.
I know that traditionally, this is like Trump being, in this case, sacrilegious, but at the same time, I don't really care. I mean, because if you see what's going on, it's not that Trump is not putting himself out there as a false idol. He is getting into a slap fight with the Pope, and this is just Trump sharing probably a meme he saw.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he didn't make it himself.
And it's no different than him saying that he's going to annihilate a civilization.
Yeah, I mean,
he takes it to the nuke level, no matter what the situation is, and he's going to nuke the Pope. That's what this is.
Yeah. So to me, I'm like, this is on
It's
the
not
Richter
the greatest imagery. But
on the Richter scale of Trump. It doesn't even measure up to like Enter Sandman at Virginia Tech.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
right in line with Trump being Trump.
Yeah.
Howdy, Zax.
Hey, Zax.
Oh, it's just
It's going to be all over the
it's
Twitter
not the
feed.
best.
I don't
it's
know.
already all over the Twitter
It's
feeds,
going to
but
be
it's going to be crazier
terrible.
tomorrow.
It's going to be terrible because most people don't know that that's a part of some slap fight with the Pope. I didn't. And,
right, but it's also been 10 years of analyzing Trump, and it's just like, this is what he does.
yeah.
I don't know. But figured we'd throw it out there because, we want to try to be on top of the news before it happens, because we kind of pride ourselves on a lot of the stuff that gets said on Monday and Tuesday shows being stuff that we brought up on Sunday because people don't do weekend shows. So you're ahead of the game.
You're ahead of the game that this is going to be. Oh my gosh. Everyone's going to be talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
All the people that said, here's what's funny. All the people that said, why do you care what was in the Republican group chats? Are going to be like, this is the worst thing that's ever been shared. People just go with what, like, if they have an opinion about something, they're like, it's perfectly valid to have an opinion about this thing. But if they don't have an opinion about it, then like, nobody should have an opinion about this. Do you know what I
Right.
mean? That
Yeah.
happens a lot anyway.
Well, like the Republican group chats. I mean, I was same as JD. It's like, if you're going to call every single Republican every name under the sun, then they're probably going to play into it at some point,
Yes.
because
I
why
agree
not?
with that. That's true. I
You're
agree
already
with
getting
that.
called that, so you might as well just play along with it.
Oh yeah, somebody in the chat asked, "Did you cover the Savannah Hernandez assault by the Minnesota weirdo?" It was actually a Minnesota family.
Oh, it's worse than that.
It was a dad, a mom, and a daughter. What do you mean it's worse?
So, well, not necessarily worse than that, but I mean, it's the guy was literally speaking at a Antifa meeting before that, saying, "We just need peace and love. Why can't anybody understand that?" Right before this happened.
Wow.
So I guess we're getting back into the bullpen a little bit, but we'll play this real quick because I did
Well,
have it. I just didn't go into it.
guys, I actually have to leave the after show. I hear my husband just got home, and I want to go greet him. So,
Okay.
Great seeing
Tell
you as
Anthony
always,
hi.
Keri.
great. I will. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks for coming
Yeah.
on.
Have a good night.
Like I said, use the link anytime.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Night. So this is what happened to Savannah Hernandez, and it is juxtaposed with Jin Saki talking about how Chris Ostrush, whatever his name is, just wants peace and harmony.
Chris now goes by the nickname Minnesota Angry Man, and he's using his newfound fame to encourage others to stand up for community too. Ahead of nationwide strikes and protests tomorrow, we asked Chris if he had any words of wisdom to share, and here's what he had to say.
We need some peace and harmony in our state and across our country. We've been dealing with enough tyranny. We're done with that. We need some peace, love, and harmony. Please come out. Please show up. Get off that couch. If I can do it, you can do it.
That's him in the blue right there in the video.
If I can beat up a girl, you can beat up a girl?
It's his daughter beating the crap out of Savannah.
We can march. We can dance. We can sing. We can hug it out. We can swear at the sky.
From the couch to the streets, what a rallying cry there. Love to hear it. Chris, now...
So, little dip back into the bullpen, but yeah, that happened. I had it set up for tonight. I just didn't bring it up because we were at the 2 hours. Since chat brought it up, might as well cover it. Bye, Keri. The mother started the assaults. Yeah, I don't know all the details. I just know it was basically the whole family was all over Savannah.
Yeah, with that love, I guess.
Yeah,
Yep,
peace, love,
the
and
peace and
understanding.
harmony.
It is the religion of peace. I'm kidding.
I think that actually rolls through every clip I had for this week, except for Don Lemon saying that I could be president. I'd make a better
What?
president than Trump. Did you not see that?
No.
Okay, we got to play that one then. Don Lemon thinks
pay cut, but it's not about money for me. So do I ever think about it? Yes. Could it happen? Yeah, it could happen. If the opportunity presented itself, the right opportunity presented itself. Look, if I wanted to, I know people are going to think I'm crazy. This is going to be the headline, and people are going to laugh about it. I think I could be president of the United States. I could definitely run this country better than Donald Trump.
Paper towel roll could, but yes,
yeah.
you would
And
be a market improvement.
As an independent, though, there would be a hard time for me to run for anything because
an independent.
Right.
Don Lemon, independent. It's more likely to be Don Lemon in jail for the church stunt.
because the way the system is set up, I'd have to choose a side, and so I probably would have to become a Democrat, and
of course.
so am I at that point now? No, and I know people are going to say Don Lemon is crazy, but yeah, look. Why can't I think about running for office? Why can't I think about being president of the United States when
Running for dog catcher is a lot different than running for president, you freaking moron. Yeah, Mutant
Man.
Banhammer. Buttigieg Lemon. That's a winning ticket right there.
And look at what we have. Did anybody think Barack Obama, as he says, this guy with a funny name, is from a mixed background? Did anybody ever think that he would become president, that he had that aspiration? I don't have an aspiration to become president, but I do think that I could run.
Barack Obama was groomed to be president.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Ayers, the Democrat Party, him being a senator after being a community organizer and just voting present for most of his time as a senator. Nobody knew anything about him except that he was a black Democrat.
This country a lot better than Donald Trump. You know what else I think that I could run better than most people?
Than most
And I was
people.
actually talked to my husband about that last night. A news organization.
Oh, could you? I've seen your interviews, bro.
You're not very good at the news thing. Opinion thing, you do a lot of that. News, not much of it.
Because I was there, I've been in the game for so long, and I'm not interested in being,
And yet you still
the
suck at
anchor
it.
out front. I could come in and fix the bulk of their problems and lickety split in no time flat.
Boom.
Boom.
Wow, I feel like we're making news. The Lemonheads merch is about to get
The
become
lemon
collector's
head.
item.
Yeah. So I'm
Lemonheads
busy now
2028.
I'm building my own channel and I'm building my own network, and we'll see where that goes. But if I had to, if they dropped me into a news organization.
Look at the bald spot coming in.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, but the ones who get bald in their 20s are cool, not the ones that are like his age.
I mean, he's like 70, isn't he? And he's looking old.
He also, I don't know what they were doing with him when he was actually on the news, but the guy has so much mush mouth when he talks on his podcast. I don't know if he doesn't know how to set up the mic correctly, or if he's, if he's that mush mouthed. But we've seen a few videos where it's like, is he completely wasted or just doing the lispy thing, or what is going on there? But yeah, Don Lemon thinks he can be the president and that he would do a better job than just about anybody.
That doesn't check out. What is it?
I love how he talks about how he talks with his husband. It's like, bitch, you constantly are talking about how white men are the stupidest people on the planet, and you married a white guy. So, any talks with your husband, you've basically already said your husband's a freaking idiot. So,
I was gonna say, need the Anchorman meme? I don't believe you.
I don't believe you.
I don't believe you.
Anything else you guys want to go over? Going back away from the bullpen? Yeah, I'm good. Avs are going to win the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Oh, I'm calling it.
I don't think.
No President's Trophy curse for us.
I mean, yeah, they're not the Rangers or the Bruins.
True. And I think the Avs and who was it? Tampa Bay are the last two teams that have done it with the President's Trophy. 2001 Avs and one of the Tampa Bay teams recently. Did you guys watch any of the Masters?
No.
To watch Rory storm back and win his second in a row.
Storm back. He's been leading since like Friday.
I thought he had a terrible back nine this morning, or front nine this morning, and lost the lead.
I didn't watch, so I don't know. I watched Sergio Garcia hit a tee shot.
I always liked Sergio.
And then slam his club into the tee box and destroy portions of it, and destroy his driver to where he was not able to have a driver for the rest of the round, and that was on like hole 2.
That sounds like Sergio.
Yes, it does. And he was given a strict warning about destroying tee boxes. Yeah, bungalow, every now and then I wear it on the Sunday night show. Actually, I was kind of pissed at Garrett tonight. He's got AJ from Y-Files on there, and he's not wearing his freaking smoking jacket that I gave him. I was like, this is exactly the caliber of guest that you wear your smoking jacket, Garrett. I represent a little bit, clean yourself up. Actually, I met AJ in Vegas, and I was wearing the smoking jacket because there was a meetup. And AJ was like, I got to get one of those. I was like, yep, there's probably going to be some tariffs on them. You might want to get it soon. Because all of mine, I think, come from India. That's the only place that seems to make smoking jackets anymore that aren't $2,800. Americans want $2,800 for this jacket. In India, I pay, I think, $160 for a jacket.
Dude, did you know that Brad Pitt has a cashmere line called uh God's Own Cashmere or something like that? The shit is so fucking expensive. Like $5,000 for a sweater or for like a shirt.
And it's cashmere.
I mean, isn't cashmere supposed to be expensive?
Yeah. It's like crazy.
I'm a poor dude. I don't know what cashmere even feels like. I probably never will. But good for Brad Pitt. Between that and F1, he's got a lot going on for him. I forgot to cut the Twitter feeds.
Wouldn't they keep going?
I usually cut them for the after show.
Ah.
Because we talk about crazy crap, and it didn't need to be all over Twitter. But Keri was here for most of it, so we talked about normal stuff for the most part. And I stayed away from redhead, blonde, and brunette.
Oh, I mean, you use Bryce Dallas Howard, so
That's not artificial blonde that is popping out of a shirt, or brunette who's bouncing out of a shirt. It's just some ugly chick. You heard me.
That's mean and spiteful and not in any way accurate.
Somebody in chat earlier when you were defending her said,
I saw
three
what
at
I
best.
saw it. I saw it. I wasn't going to comment or acknowledge it because I reject the premise.
3 at best.
I reject the premise.
Zach sent me something via DMs. Let me check that out. You guys talk for a couple seconds while I see if this is something we can do tonight or if it's even for tonight. Because it looks like it's a YouTube link. So discuss something amongst yourselves.
All right.
So who do you think your boys are going to take?
Hey everybody, up next is my interview with Chris
We can hear
Astrushko, who
We can hear all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just who is this? Dave Smith? No, it's not Dave Smith. What is this dude's name? Tim Miller. Oh, it's Tim Miller with the protester Chris Astrushko after the Savannah Hernandez thing. But it's also a 30-minute video, so probably not going to be something I'm going to be able to figure out what we should actually watch out of it. So,
all right. Well, I think
I'll check it out later.
To answer Mad's point, there is a non-zero chance that if he falls and is still there, Jeremiah Love.
What? Are you crazy? Why wouldn't you take that linebacker from Ohio State, bro? Let him fall to us and see what happens.
You don't think this is the Giants, and we have Cam Scatteroo running into walls, talking about how CTE and asthma don't exist.
I wish he was. I wish he was as good at football as he is entertaining.
So I think they are looking at it and saying, maybe we need to backstop running back just a little bit. And he would be and Harbaugh has always been a best available guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think you could argue that Love, if he falls to that spot, wouldn't be the best available difference maker.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm hoping somebody falls to us, either Caleb Downs or I mean, dude, if we could get that linebacker, I forgot his middle Styles. Oh my God, bro, it'd be over. But hopefully, Ruben Bain will fall because of all this nonsense that's going on right now, and we can pick him up with a 20.
Yeah. So I think the Giants, because we're gonna get Neighbors back. I think that there's plenty. There's still a lot on the wide receiver market. I don't think we need to take another wide receiver because Jennings is out there. Ayuk is still. There's a lot of veteran guys that could complement neighbors with that are known quantities.
Night Lava.
I have seen some crazy shit where somebody was trying to manifest into reality the fucking Broncos trading Bo Nix to the Titans for like for Cam Ward and a shit ton of stuff, including the pick. And I'm like, that doesn't make sense at all. But
Now, I could see the Broncos trading to get Russell Wilson back.
you don't need to trade for him. He's already a free agent. The Giants are done with his ass.
It was a joke, man, because
Oh,
they
okay.
overpaid the hell out of him. And they would never try to get him back. But
I mean, they shouldn't. As rightly, they should not.
no, he's done. And I don't even watch anymore. But I saw what the record was with Wilson for Denver.
Yeah, y'all got what's his name though, man. He's pretty good.
We got a few what's his names. I don't know any of them.
Are you thinking of Bo Nix, the quarterback?
Yeah. Bo Nix ain't bad.
The one we just mentioned?
Nope. You were talking about Russell Wilson.
Right. Right after Chad was talking about us trading Bo Nix away. And I said,
What?
no, I haven't
Ward,
heard that.
yeah.
I've heard that we might trade for Russell Wilson.
No, you don't want to trade
Whatever.
away Bo Nix.
No,
It's your window.
I don't know. I don't know if Bo knows
I don't
how to
know if
win.
it's a window.
Yeah, with a rookie contract. Absolutely.
That's how it works. Yeah, that's how it works in the modern NFL. You either get your championships off the rookie contract quarterback when you've got the money to invest in the pieces around him.
Right. I don't think Bo has the skill, though, because if you looked at Denver's season last year, which I'm sure you guys did,
No, he put
almost
up
every
numbers.
game was win by like a point.
Yeah, but he put up some numbers.
He put up numbers, bro.
I remember that
did.
Giants game where
But
the
it was
Giants
always
defense let
just
him.
squeaking by.
He put up like 40 on the Giants in one quarter.
Everybody
Now that
does
could be the Giants defense being shit, but yeah. Oh, by the way, you want to talk about Jerry salivating about something over in Cowboys land? It's the fact that the FTC and some other people have started pushing back on the NFL's antitrust exemption.
Yeah.
Because, oh my God, Jerry is like, if that goes away, he can make a deal just for the Cowboys games to some network. And you better believe it'll be like fucking Notre Dame on NBC. He'll get like CBS or somebody to just pay some ungodly amount
As they should.
to be America's team's headquarters, like Amazon or Netflix. It'll be ridiculous. It'll be a whole package too. They'll do the Making the Cheerleader show with the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. Jerry might get his
They already
own
have
thing.
that.
Well, it'll go with it, is what I'm saying. It'll like become an entertainment block. Jerry might start his own goddamn network like the Yankees did with the Yes Network, just to sell subscriptions for people to buy Cowboys games. That is currently not allowed.
JJN instead of TNT, Jerry Jones Network.
I mean, you say that, but Turner Network Television and Turner Broadcasting Systems were basically the Braves networks.
Mm-hmm.
I remember.
Yeah, it's like, why do I get so many
That's
Braves
why
games?
I brought it up.
Yeah, I was
kind of like WGN.
It was
you got
the Cubs.
every Chicago game of everything.
Yep, I remember that. I was like, I hate watching. Like, why can't I get a Yankees game? No, that was before.
Why would you want that?
Because I'm a Yankees fan.
And you got Bozo the Clown on WGN.
Oh, you watch the Kid Toucher. Good for you. The best thing about Bozo the Clown was in UHF when they made fun of him with you want to get the fire hose?
Fire hydrant. Yay!
Oh, I don't know where do the Cowboys pick right now? They got what? They
12 and 20.
12 and 20. Let's see. They need a running back too.
No, we don't.
Yeah, you do.
Are you kidding me? Did you not see what Jalen was? Jalen Williams, fuck, dude, he was a life man. Come on, bro. He put up
Javonte
numbers
Williams?
last year. Javonte Williams, yeah, dude, put up numbers.
I just don't buy him.
I didn't either until I saw him play. Nah, bro, we need defense, bro. We still don't have a middle linebacker. We need a green dot, which is why if Styles could fall down to 12, hell, I would be up for trading up to get him, but he's not gonna make it. But if not him, then Downs or a couple other guys. Then we get a corner maybe with a 20th.
Oh, let's see. Cowboys get possible Micah Parsons replacement in mock draft.
Good Logic put out a tweet. Eric Swallwell has done so much important work for the Democratic Party, Me Too, and Believe All Women. He probably deserves a pass for all the rape.
I mean, like, Rico Dowdell was putting up numbers. That was the guy who was putting up some...
You can tell I'm just...
Look him up. Look up Javonte.
I'm just scrolling Twitter while you guys talk about football.
Rico Dowdell and how he was just carrying the Panthers on his back for all those games.
Look up Javonte. I'm busy.
Javonte Williams. All right. He had 1,200 yards with it averaging 4.8 a carry in 25. But prior to that, with all those years with the Broncos,
yeah, he didn't do shit.
Yeah,
because he got injured his rookie. No, wait, yeah, he played well his rookie year, and then he got injured, and then it was all bad after that.
So I'm gonna guess that much like with the Broncos, he'll have this great stud.
We're not paying him all that much,
and he's gonna drop off to the 774 type yard, 3.5 a carry.
Sure, bro.
I'm not. No, you know who? No, you don't.
Don't forget, we got Blue. If he could get his shit together.
Yeah, so the latest mock draft has the Titans taking Love at 4 and the Giants going with Styles at 5.
God dang it. I hope y'all are too dumb to do that.
With the Cowboys ending up with Caleb Downs, safety.
I'm okay with that.
Out of Ohio State at 8. And assuming
at 8?
Yeah, they have the 8th pick.
No, we have the 12th pick. That means there was a trade for this fucking
they're mock trading with New Orleans. And
what will we do without Rick Dowdle? The same thing we did last year. 1,200 yards on the ground, my guy. Our offense was fucking phenomenal. It's not the problem.
No, but it's like saying the Giants' offense was the problem after Dart put up 40 and they gave up 42. It's like the offense was putting up the numbers it needed to.
Yeah.
The NFC East is going to be competitive partially because the Eagles are melting down. Do you think AJ Brown stays?
Bro, Jalen Hurts or whatever, man. That dude, you can't trust him for shit. Nah, man, they're done.
This
over.
mock has Concepcion going to the Chargers. I don't like that fit at all because they don't run their offense is shit.
I do like Concepcion.
I know.
Not just for his name either.
I know. I just feel like it's a bad place for him to end up. You know, like. Ugh.
Well, I mean, Herbert, he needs something. He needs an offensive line, not another wide receiver.
Trying to see. Yeah, it looks like according to this mock, the Cowboys end up with Akeem Mesidor from Miami at 20. Replacing.
How do we get up to 8 and kept our 20?
And this is for a trade from the Green Bay Packers, apparently.
Yeah, that's where we got the 20 from.
Yeah, that's where they got the 20th from. So I would imagine that they.
How do we get up to the 8 without losing that 20? That's a dumb mock draft.
I don't know what they are allegedly giving up to get that mock, to get them moved up to get that pick at 8.
That's
Dallas
sus.
pays. They do what looks like a third and fourth with an additional.
That's
fourth
not
next
enough.
year.
There's points for each pick, right? And it has to balance out. That's the whole point of having a point system on these picks.
It's a third and fourth. So they swap the 12 pick to the 8th pick.
Right.
So New Orleans would get 12, a third and fourth this year, and a fourth the next year.
I don't know if the math even works out on that.
I mean, it's not like we're watching Draft Day where Kevin Costner can magically make everything happen. And by the way, the most authentic thing about Draft Day is finding out that the Jaguars overpaid for an ass who's going to now be a full-time cornerback and an average one at best.
Wait, what's that? Who did?
Oh, the Jaguars. You remember how they took last year?
Yeah. Whatever his name is, the wide receiver cornerback,
Travis Hunter.
Yeah,
and they took him at what, 3? I think it was some ridiculously high spot. And it was because he's supposed to be a two-way player, right? He was going to be a stud wide receiver and a stud cornerback because he played for Dion in Colorado and he was good. Except it turns out that, guess what? When you get into the NFL, it's hard to be a two-way player and you can't handle it. So he's going to become a mediocre cornerback.
Yep.
So no, he was the 2nd overall pick.
Good Lord.
And they traded with Cleveland to get it, to move up to get him, for him to just play cornerback. That is one of the great wastes of draft capital. It's like trading for Ricky Williams and giving up all the Commanders. New Orleans did to them. Anyway. Well, yeah, we should gamble on overpaid, unrealistic clowns playing a kids game. Yeah, that makes sense. Just like hockey, except you do that one on ice with more patriotism.
Shit ton more. For whatever country you're from.
Now, here's the bigger question. You think little man Kyler's going to be able to heave that ball up enough for Jefferson to get his catches?
Bro, he has an arm. He has an arm.
He'll be like the dwarf version of
dude. His head looks so. That helmet looks so big on him. Have you seen this guy?
Kyler Murray.
No.
Yeah, Brahma.
No, I don't pay attention anymore.
Brahma. They had to write into his contract extension that he had to study the playbook instead of playing Call of Duty.
Because like that baseball player.
Because
when they're playing Guitar Hero, back in
they
the day.
did. They had, and when he was under his first contract, when the Call of Duty game dropped, he was out like for the midnight release, like playing, like streaming. And they're like, "You're supposed to."
Isn't that what the money is for?
Yeah, not during a game week when you're supposed to be.
Every week is a game week for that 16 weeks.
He's 5'10" playing quarterback, bro. By the way, that's what they have him listed. That dude's 5'7" in real life.
Did you ever see the clip of it was
he's got
when
Robert De Niro lifts in his shoes.
He was playing Miami, and so Hill is on the other sideline making fun of how short he is. And then some offensive tacklers, a big guy looked at him and was like, "Man, bitch, you the same height." He's like, I'm faster."
Got him there.
It's just funny because Tyreek Hill thought his boy would be like on it with him mocking Kyler Murray. Nope. No.
Yeah, that dude's done too.
They still haven't cut him, have they? Or did they?
I don't know what's going on with him.
Who's in quarterback? Who did they sign to play quarterback?
Miami?
Yeah. Because they got rid of Tua, oatmeal brain.
Yeah. I liked him, though. If it wasn't, for all the brain stuff.
If it wasn't for being like one hit away from being dead.
Yeah. And they kept putting him out there for whatever reason.
It's only one more hit. Might as well.
Who is the Dolphins quarterback? That's right, Malik Willis. They signed him from in his
Oh,
free
that's right.
agency out of
I kind
Green
of like
Bay.
him though.
Yeah. Well, here's
I
the
liked
thing.
him when he was in the AFL or whatever it's called.
My friend was texting with me and was like, "This is where you find out if Malik Willis is real, because if he's the real deal, Green Bay's the head coach is going to tell his brother, and Arizona's going to sign him because they need a quarterback, and he didn't sign him, so I don't think his brother was getting was giving him the thumbs up on that one."
What's going on with Baby Manning?
Oh,
Arch. He's still at UT.
He's going to be the star. I think they're going in as the preseason #1 again this year.
Yeah. He'll probably be a Heisman favorite.
I think he's going to play a lot better. I think the pressure
Yeah, I do
last
too.
year was a lot for. I mean, he's
The offensive line did him no favors.
and he was coming off being a true freshman that had to come in and play. So he's like a. You see these guys now, and with the NIL era, they're playing in their 7th or 8th year of goddamn eligibility.
Yeah, guy's 27 and doesn't take any classes, but he's still on the team as a quarterback.
They are. We've hit the point where they are suing to be able to stay in like 2 years after they graduated to keep playing and getting NIL money.
There's a guy last year. They were interviewing him, and he was like, "Yeah, I don't go to classes. What are you talking about? I graduated 2 years ago."
Yep. But I think Arch is going to actually do really well. I mean,
I do
the SEC is a gauntlet, and it's built to be a tough play. I mean, the real funny thing is going to be, I think Ole Miss is going to be solid again, and I think LSU is going to suck because I don't like Kiffin.
Nope.
I don't think he's a really good coach. I think his assistants were really good. And the most important assistant was the one who stayed and not the one who went with him, who is Charlie Weiss's kid, who's the offensive coordinator, went with him. But man, you should see some of the stories
Just
about
like
Lane
in
Kiffin.
Waterboy, when the Fonz was actually drawing up all the plays.
No, but who is it? Daniel Tosh absolutely hates Lane Kiffin, and he does like a great bit where he's
Tosh,
like,
does he still exist?
yes,
Yeah.
And
where?
I think he's still on Comedy Central.
No.
Or does
he
he
ain't
do
still doing
YouTube
Tosh
stuff?
Point oh, is he?
Tosh 0 has been over for like 7 years.
By the way, Daniel Tosh Lane Kiffin was the second result on YouTube.
Have you looked at it before?
Mm-mm.
It's hilarious. You would actually, man, you would love
Oh my
it.
God, dude, he was doing it 11 years ago.
Because
He's
that was
still doing it.
He was doing it when he bailed on USC. I think he did. I think he might have. I mean, so Lane Kiffin is such like the last great moment
Chases
in
championships.
Oh no, he doesn't ever deliver them. Lane Kiffin had to be rehabbed by the winningest coach in like college football history, Nick Saban, for years before he would even be sniffing a head coaching job again. But he was Al Davis, famous for being the Raiders' maverick owner.
Patriarch forever.
The last great moment he had in NFL history was his press conference about Lane Kiffin with dealing with Jamarcus Russell and the playa. And he was using an overhead projector in like the early 2000s. Even it was dated even then. He was like a fucking teacher in the 1980s doing a presentation.
The overhead.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Got my markers here.
And he wouldn't, he was like, Lane Kiffin lied to me. He lied to my face. Oh, but it is hilarious. Lane Kiffin is just the worst. His father was a Tampa Bay coach for a long time, Monty Kiffin. You may have heard of him.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about Brahma. I know Matt.
Oh, Tampa 2 defense, right?
Yep. Monty Kiffin was the architect.
He was defensive coordinator for the Cowboys way past his prime.
I watched the NFL religiously right up until Kaepernick. Actually, a little bit past that. I watched Peyton win the last championship in Denver. Then I checked out.
I don't know why.
Speaking
you
of
can
checking
check
out, I think I'm done.
Yeah, it's probably
Yeah,
about that time.
I was going to maybe show one more thing to try to promote Chad's show.
Yay.
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 So here is the preview of what will be coming up on Chad's show maybe in 2-3 weeks. This is the 90s rock. So we've got, let's see if we can blow it up at all.
Yeah, show you all your DMs, bro.
Yeah, it's not showing anything. So we've got quadrant 1, and it goes 1 Foo Fighters Everlong through 16 Why I'm Here. That's how it'll be bracketed. So hopefully most people know most of the songs. There are some weird picks in there, and I'm also not giving Metallica their mega hits or Nirvana the mega hits. I'm trying not to repeat anything we've done in trivia or chat.
That'll make it fun for the audience. Let's go super deep cuts on these popular bands.
Right. By the way, my 2000 bracket is done. Do you
All
have
right.
YouTube Premium?
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'll send you the link to the YouTube music playlist of it.
So then we've got quadrant 2. We'll give everybody a moment to look at it, where we have Blues Traveler Hook, not Run Around.
Fuck off. It was the bigger song. Like, I don't know why you're still litigating.
I'm trying not to repeat songs that we've done and other things.
I know. I don't know.
And I'm trying not to give the huge bands their mega songs.
Why?
Why? Because I want it to be competitive. When we get to round 2 or 3, I expect Give It Away from Red Hot Chili Peppers to destroy the damn Yankees high enough.
That's how it should go with a number 1 versus 16. And
exactly.
But you got to watch out for these crazy bastards in chat who will just blow up your entire bracket.
But this is what we will
with
be
a gimmick
doing.
Song.
This is what we do on Ascendant Art. We're going to have these bracket
I'll tell you what, for the
and
YouTube
somebody said
analytics,
"Steal My Sunshine" was the 2000s. The song came out in 1999.
No, that was 100% a 99 song. It was in my. I remember graduating and hearing it in a playlist.
Right. So I put the years in, so everybody. So what we can also do after this wraps up is we can look, because you had the talk about how the early 1990s were stronger than the mid, and then the late came in.
Yeah. By the way, Mad Crazy Town is definitely in there, right?
Oh yeah.
Not on mine.
No, I'm talking about on Mad's.
On 2000s, yeah. So that's quadrant 3. So we'll have Korn Freak on a Leash versus Local H's Bound for the Floor.
Hold on. We're not putting their popular songs in there, and you went with Freak on a Leash for Korn? Come on.
Korn had a lot of popular songs. It was pretty hard to pick which one.
Freak on a Leash.
That is theirs.
Yeah.
Okay, Metallica, I took Fuel.
You didn't go with Mission Impossible 2?
What did Metallica do for Mission
Wait,
Impossible
no, that's
2?
Limp Bizkit, bro.
That's
No, Limp Bizkit did the theme song for Mission Impossible 2.
Wasn't it Metallica?
Metallica did one too, but Limp Bizkit also had one.
They were both in that soundtrack.
Somehow John the Fisherman from Primus gets a 2 seed.
That's you. Don't say somehow when you made it.
No, the way I made it was I picked all the songs and the bands. I picked all 64 songs and bands with no repeats, although there are repeats in like you have Rob Zombie and you have White Zombie. You have Mad Season with Scott Weiland, and you have, Stone Temple Pilots. So you have different bands where
the lead singer is the
separate
band. That's a repeat.
No, it's not. Temple of the Dog. Which lead singer do you go with, Chad?
Temple of the Dog. That's both of them.
Okay, so you can't have a You can't have Pearl Jam or Soundgarden on if you put on Temple of the Dog because it's a completely separate band.
I wouldn't put Temple of the Dog on there because it's a gimmick like jam band effectively. It's yeah, it was popular for like what did you do? I'm Going Hungry.
There were more songs than I'm Going Hungry. In fact,
there was
Say Hello
one
to
song,
Heaven was
there
the
was
song that I
one
picked
song
for this.
that Temple of the Dog that people cared about and liked and got airplay, and it was
Say Hello to Heaven got more play than Hunger.
No
Hunger
way,
Strike.
no fucking way.
In my neck of the woods, it did.
Maybe
More
in
Human
your
Than
random
Human.
place.
More Human Than Human is in the same bracket as Rob Zombie with Living Dead Girl. And the way I seeded them was I plugged the whole list into Grok, and I said, seed these on what was the most popular song in each quadrant.
You went instead of Dragula, you went
Yeah. Because I'm not picking always the most popular song. Sometimes I did, because the Verve Pipe only has one song. Butthole Surfers had a couple songs, but Pepper is definitely the...
Pepper is their only song. I don't know what you mean couple. Name
No,
the
there
other
were a
one.
few.
Name the other one.
Helter Skelter.
Wait,
Never
who
heard
are we
it.
talking
Cover.
about? Who are we talking about?
Butthole Surfers.
Didn't they do Popular?
No, that's Not a Surf.
That's not a...
And it's not on the list because Not a Surf was way too niche to put on the list. For Nirvana, I picked Heart-Shaped Box instead of Smells Like Teen Spirit because we've already used
Awesome
Smells Like
one
Teen
was that
Spirit.
HFS or DC 101 for Band of the Decade? Because I'm just wondering which rock station it would have been for the 90s. I feel like those were the two.
Dude, bro, every one of these songs was on the radio. Guaranteed. And I expect by round 3, the, what is that, Elite 8? No.
No, round 3 is the
64,
Sweet 16.
Sweet 16. That's where people will start arguing. I full on expect Everlong to destroy Oleander's Why I'm Here. I don't even know if people will remember Oleander's Why I'm Here, but it'll be a nostalgic callback to people who listened to the music back in the day, because that's a song that people will know.
Which is that a live song you have 2 spots up? I can't.
I Alone instead
I Alone.
of Lightning Crashes, because Lightning Crashes would have gotten a way higher seed than I Alone does.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't like having Green Day on the list either. They're assholes.
Yeah,
Don't like
but
'em.
that was the 90s. I mean, it was before we knew their politics. So what I find crazy is Jackal's Down on Me gets
I
a
don't-
2 seed,
I don't think I've
according
ever
to
even heard about
Grok.
that.
And Live's I Alone or Faith No More's Epic is all the way down at the bottom. So it'll be an interesting tournament. I think we'll have fun with it. And I had accidentally put in one song twice, so I had to have Grok replace a song with Lit My Own Worst Enemy because I didn't feel like going and looking up another one.
All right.
So that's why there's the weird note of moved up, because we reseeded after you brought in a song.
You know what it is? Down on Me charted at 10 at its highest point, so that's probably higher than what Live, because Live was in a more competitive time period for when their songs were going.
Correct.
So
if you haven't heard Down on Me, you should go listen to Jackal if you've never listened to Jackal. They have the Guinness World Record for the longest concert ever.
I hate jam bands.
They're not jam bands.
Then how? I mean,
They went into a music studio, called it a concert, and had 5 or 6 people come in, played a song or two, kicked them out, brought in 5 or 6 more people, and they did it for like 26 hours, where they played their 3-minute songs and played 1 or 2 for each group and just continuously had people moving through. They also use a chainsaw as a musical instrument.
That doesn't sell me on it, but cool.
And yes, dude, bro, for the major grunge bands, I took some of their not lesser known, not their biggest hits. So Sludge Factory for Alice in Chains is weakening them against, same thing with, Nirvana.
Not
same
taking
thing
their
with
biggest hits,
Metallica.
but you put "Don't Speak" in there for No Doubt, which is their biggest.
I would say "Just a Girl" is their biggest.
No,
hit.
Don't Speak.
No, Don't Speak crushes it, bro.
Yeah. And "Steal My Sunshine" is the only hit by Lynn, and it was 99. "Voodoo" is not the biggest hit by Godsmack.
"Don't Speak" is without a doubt No Doubt's biggest song, serving as their signature.
Not even
hit.
close.
It spent a record 16 weeks at #1 on the Billboard Hot 100, which is the chart of all charts.
Well, it should make things interesting then.
And now stands at over 875 million views on YouTube. So yeah, Gemini.
Typo negative. I could have gone with Black Number 1, which was their biggest hit. I went with Christian Woman. Symphony of Destruction. Silent Lucidity from Queensryche, which still you guys say you don't know.
Queensryche. It's so funny. They're kind of lame.
Queensryche's one of the greatest bands ever.
Maybe not.
Maybe go listen to Empire.
Maybe
You
I
Could Be
don't
Mine
need
by
to.
Guns N' Roses instead of November Rain or Estranged or Don't Cry or Civil War.
Or any of their other mega hits from the early 90s. Yeah.
No, their other hits were from 1988 or 89.
I mean, that's why I count them as an 80s band and wouldn't even put them on a 90s list.
Most of their albums came out in the 90s.
They put out like 3 albums.
4. And the 2 biggest ones came out in the 90s. Use Your Illusion 1 and 2.
They're an 80s hair metal band that
Who cares?
continued to
It's
put
a
stuff out
90s
into
rock
the 90s.
song count. It doesn't matter whether they're known for whichever decade.
Well, then how come you don't have any Bon Jovi on this list?
Because there's only 64 spots.
Well,
And I already
I'm just
threw
saying
crap
they-
in, like Counting Crows.
Wait, Counting Crows you put in as a crap band?
I also put in Damn Yankees.
I would say that, I mean, if you're now opening it up to hair metal and other bands that maybe started in another decade but had big hits.
And one-hit wonders like the Verve Pipe.
What about, I mean, Blaze of Glory then, man? Put it in for Bon Jovi.
I can't. We've already got 64. There can be a part 2, which I will not repeat any song, but you can only throw in 64 bands in 64 slots.
I know the
Half the people
constraints
probably
of the
won't remember
parameters.
Better Than Ezra Good until they hear it. If they listened at the time.
I doubt Better Than Ezra Good is known, man. Don't act like that is like some unknown like song.
I even threw in some chick bands. Veruca Salt, Seether. Who else did we throw in?
Wait, did you say Seether?
Garbage.
That was the name of the song, not the band. The
Veruca Salt was
lose my
band.
shit over here.
The Seether,
Can't stop to Seether. And then Garbage, Stupid Girl, and then who was the other chick band that I had in there that we pointed out already?
What are you gonna have? The Donnas?
No. There was another one.
The only other chick that
Lynn,
wasn't whole.
Steal My Sunshine.
Well, that wasn't a chick band. It was just a chick singer.
Chick singer.
And it
No
was
Doubt. No Doubt was also chick singer.
That's not a but it's not a chick band. Yeah, but yeah, it's a female.
It's a
lead singer.
chick lead singer. So we also had Mad Season getting in another super band. So I think it'll be interesting.
And how do you not do? Wait, what was the song you went with for Smashing Pumpkins?
Rats and Bullet with Butterfly Wings.
Yeah, one of
Could've
their
been-
deep
could've been
cuts.
Disarm.
Another deep cut there.
Not like 1979 or
Could have been anything off the double disc.
So this is where we walk the fine line. I think I move more towards too much what was popular. Brahma goes like like B-sides, like C-sides on 4 album groups.
Pearl Jam, we got Elderly Woman Behind a Counter in a Small Town.
What the fuck?
One of the
You
better
didn't take
known
anything
songs.
from 10?
It's off of Versus.
No,
Versus is
anything
their
off of
biggest album.
10.
It's their biggest album, and it
No,
was
10
like
is their
number
only
3
album.
single.
No, I mean Versus is like
What's the one with the dude
This
and
is
the
one
chick
with
dying?
This is the one with the camel on the front, or
That doesn't
llama, or
help me.
whatever the hell it is.
I was lime wiring by then.
Are you
Well,
thinking
that was
of
like
Daughter?
10 years after it.
No, not Daughter. The one where they're on a date or whatever, and then the chick dies on the side of the road.
Oh, that one was later. That was like
That's a cover song.
yeah, from
Yeah,
a
it's
50s
still-
song. It
yeah,
is their
it's still
biggest
their-
hit though. It is actually
Yeah.
their
I could have gone with Yellow Lead better. Toadies, I went with Tyler instead of Possum Kingdom because we've had Possum Kingdom anytime the Toadies have been mentioned.
I don't know what that is, bro. Why didn't you go
Yes,
with
you
down by
do.
down by the water or whatever? Oh, I come from the water.
Because
I mean,
that's
I
lesser
won't-
known than Tyler.
I mean, I went with Jeremy for Pearl Jam, and you guys didn't know. Was it you, Matt, who didn't know which song?
I know
that was?
Jeremy.
Who
They
was
call
it?
me Jeremy.
That's
Don't call me Jeremy. Yeah.
That's Don't Call Me Daughter.
Why would
Maybe-
they call him daughter as a guy? Don't call me Jeremy.
It hurts talking to you sometimes.
You could have maybe you could have done Alive. Then we could have got some bits on it. Pulled up the part from Eastbound and Down. That's one of my favorite, where he goes to the funeral, and it was like we were getting in an argument about which one of us was Maverick and which one of us was Goose. I guess we know now. And then he just play on a big boombox, and Pearl Jam, "I'm Still Alive" comes on.
So, yeah. It'll be interesting. I think by round 3, you'll start to get some songs going against each other. In the first 2 rounds, I think it'll be easy picks. And then it'll be by about round 3 where you get some head-to-heads that are going to be interesting. Because I seeded weakest versus strongest.
Pearl Jam is a polarizing band, by the way. Like I've only met people who love them or hate them. There's no
Well, and
like-
that's the funny thing about
I'm
this.
middle on them.
used
I like
Grok.
10.
I like Pearl Jam. I used Grok to also simulate what Gen X and millennials would pick. And through the first 2 rounds, they picked the same things. And then by round 3, they started differing. But I think also when you throw in the politics that we now know about some of these bands, it's going to throw it completely into chaos.
I can't vote. I mean, I don't give a shit. They're rock artists. They're
People
gonna-
will either way.
They're gonna
Green
be-
Day will probably fail earlier than it
Green Day
would
should
have.
because they're not musically as good as any of these people. they hit 3 chords fast and pretend like
Yeah,
they're
but if you're
talented
throwing in
artists.
I mean, they all
Basket
hit 4
Case.
chords.
If you're throwing in Basket Case, people loved that song at the time.
Apparently, we're looking for more ska bands in this one.
Yeah, where's the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones, bro?
I got the. No, which one do I have in there?
He says-
knock
Yeah, I
me
do
one.
have the Mighty
No,
Boss Tones.
He's
The
saying you
impression
got
that I
my,
get.
but not Real Big Fish or Less Than Jake. So
No, I don't care about all that.
No, I threw in a few different things. Rancid, Time Bomb is pure punk. So there's a mix. There's some ballads.
I'm not disagreeing that they were a huge band. I'm saying I don't give a shit and I don't think they're very talented. I mean, I can acknowledge that they were popular and say my personal opinion is that I dislike them.
I agree, Shifty. Epic should win it, but I could also see for 90s music.
Like Faith No More, Epic?
Yes. I could also see White Zombie winning it because More Human Than Human is essential 90s.
I like Living Dead Girl better.
I do, but it was later, and I don't think it represents the 90s as much as More Human Than Human did, especially when you have the
I
orgasm
guarantee,
intro.
like, looking at this bracket, Freak
And I
Out
had to
Unleashed is
throw
gonna
in
win with
crap
our
like
viewers.
I had to throw in crap like what is her name? Rage Against
Chad, I
the
seen the
Machine.
list.
Okay.
I threw in Rage just because
I know
Rage
you,
existed.
You say that, but you left off Bon Jovi and all these other places, and you're like, I feel like I had to. I mean, you could have put it in
64 spots, Chad.
Yeah, well then, where's Blaze of Glory?
Who do you kick off for Bon Jovi?
Farouk Assault.
Had to have some female representation. There's
Why?
only 4.
Why? I don't know why we had to. I mean, I don't feel like I need to make you like put Hole on there or Cranberries or
Which I would if it was another, if it was 128.
what's the other girl band with Manson? Garbage. Did you put Garbage on there?
Yeah, Garbage is on there.
See?
With Stupid Girl.
Yeah. There you go.
Bigger band than I think bigger band than Hole was.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the Hole's claim to fame was
Shirley
that
Manson.
she, in my opinion, allegedly killed Kurt Cobain.
Well,
allegedly. Okay.
Hired somebody for the purpose of.
I make no
Allegedly.
difference. Yeah. Distinction without a difference, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. In my opinion, allegedly, Courtney Love hired, maybe didn't pull the trigger herself, but definitely arranged for it to be pulled and paid for it.
I
in
feel
my
like she
opinion,
would.
Allegedly.
I am interested in the first round. No Rain versus I Alone. Blind Melon versus Live.
My list is so much better, bro.
Well, it's a different era, and you like crap music, so.
Why do you say that about Matt?
I don't know why. I'm out of here.
Because I've heard what he likes. Yeah, I think we're gonna call it. We're at 4 hours, so hope everybody has a great evening. Thank you for all the super chats. Thank you for sticking around with us, and we will see you throughout the week and definitely next Sunday. Catch you later.
Thanks for hanging out, everybody.